News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
Being the first woman president would be quite a change.
And Hillary Clinton made her case last night at the first Democratic debate.
I want to open up the opportunity for immigrants to be able to buy in to the exchanges under the Affordable Care Act.
They talked health care, among many issues, at the CNN debate on Westwood One News. The economy, another big one for Bernie Sanders.
Congress does not regulate Wall Street. Wall Street regulates Congress. And we have got to break off these banks.
Martin O'Malley also said he'd fight Wall Street, and Sanders came to Clinton's defense on another big issue.
The American people are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails.
Thank you. Me too. Me too.
Jim Webb and Lincoln Chafee also debated. Joe Biden did not. The vice president still considering a run. The Republican race tightening, but Donald Trump still on top in a new Fox News poll.
With 24%. He's closely followed, though, by Ben Carson at 23%. Ted Cruz is third at 10%.
Fox polling director Dana Blanton. Trump will host Saturday Night Live next month. After a series of Israeli-Palestinian skirmishes, the Israeli military now taking action. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in Jerusalem.
Dave, the Israeli military has deployed 6 companies in cities across the country. The forces will assist police to help thwart the recent wave of attacks here that began a month ago and have killed at least 6 Israelis. The measures allow police to seal off points of incitement and friction, strip residency rights, and demolish the homes of attackers. At least 27 Palestinians have been killed in clashes with Israeli forces, Dave.
Jessica, Cubs fans are wondering, is this finally the year?
And Rizzo, deep into right field.
Anthony Rizzo's homer gave Chicago a lead they didn't give up, and the Cubs beat and eliminated the Cardinals 6-4 on TBS, and they'll play for the National League title next, hoping to get to their first World Series in 70 years, haven't won it since 1908. They'll play the Mets or Dodgers. L.A. beat New York 3-1 to force a Game 5 finale in that series tomorrow night. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Partly cloudy, 49 degrees at 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Some clouds in the area this morning. We'll keep an eye on that weather forecast as it shifts and changes. But the sun, even though it's not up, is smiling on the Cubs, moving on in the National League Championship Series and moving there for the first time since 2003. Northsiders advanced by beating the Cardinals yesterday in Game 4 of the National League Division Series at Wrigley Field. Skipper Joe Maddon says it's a great series win over their division rival.
I mean, they're their standard bearer, so for us to be able to beat them tonight really is important to us as a franchise organization. They've done it for so many years. Everybody knows I grew up, was a fan of that group as a kid growing up, so I just want to say, for us, believe me, it's kind of special to be able to beat a team of that magnitude.
First time the Cubs have clinched a postseason series at home. They will face either the Mets or the Dodgers in Game 1 of the NLCS this Saturday. Former Chicago Public Schools CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett looking at prison time after pleading guilty to corruption charges for her role in a suspected bribery scheme. Meantime, Chicago Public Schools CEO Forrest Claypool says he's taken steps to prevent the kind of contracting kickbacking schemes which his predecessor has now admitted. Meantime, the guilty plea by Barbara Byrd Bennett to that kickback scheme is redounding a bit on U.S. Senate candidate Andrea Zopp. Zopp was a member of the Chicago School Board that approved the no-bid deal for training services with Byrd Bennett's former employers. A Central Illinois man held in the 1985 stabbing death of a teen who left her suburban Chicago home to buy candy has pleaded not guilty to murder charges. The family of Christy Wesselman was watching as 62-year-old Michael Jones of Champaign entered that plea in the murder of the 15-year-old. State's Attorney Robert Berlin says a grand jury indicted Jones on 8 counts of first-degree murder and 3 counts of aggravated criminal sexual assault. Governor Rauner is serious. He's planning to sell the Thompson Center. Rauner announcing yesterday he would like to auction off the 30-year-old building so it could be torn down and rebuilt privately. State employees working there would be easily relocated, says the governor, and it would save taxpayers $12 million a year while also generating $20 million a year annually for the city of Chicago. The goal is to have the transaction completed within a year. Cook County State's Attorney Anita Alvarez running for re-election, formally announcing her bid for a third term yesterday. Chicago sports, well, we told you about the NLDS with the Cubs and Cardinals, but the Dodgers beat the Mets 3-1 last night in New York to force a Game 5 in that series. Mark Pelosi, Jordan Kieswetter scored second-half goals. The USA stays alive with a win over Canada in the race to clinch a spot in the Rio Olympics in soccer. And there's hockey tonight. We're watching the Red Wings take on the Blackhawks. I'm sorry, the Blackhawks take on Philadelphia. The Pistons will take on the Bulls later tonight in the NBA. The news is a service of the Lake Forest Graduate School of Management, who teaches Chicago's most relevant MBA, professors who develop theories, or business professionals who deliver results. Lake Forest Graduate School of Management, Chicago's only MBA with a faculty of 100% business leaders. Visit lakeforestmba.edu/leader. And a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager always puts tragedy in perspective.
I'd like a politician on the left, any Democrat, any activist for more gun laws, to be asked this question. What do you think is more likely to reduce murders by firearm? Not by knives even, but by firearms. More gun laws or more fathers?
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I was on thyroid medicine for 5 years. I have completely got off of it, and all my blood work came back excellent.
It does a lot of good for me because I feel it works. The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
507 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get an update this morning with Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. On the Adams Tollway, westbound I-90, just past Arlington Heights Road, there's a disabled vehicle blocking the right lane. Elsewhere, the expressways and tollways are looking great now. The overnight work at the Burns Circle in downtown Chicago has cleared. The other expressways and tollways are looking just fine. There will be traffic around Millennium Park later this morning with a Stanley Cup viewing, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. You'll have some Bulls traffic on the west side tonight with the preseason game against Pistons. Grand Park Balboa scheduled to reopen later this hour between Columbus and Lakeshore Drive. That was the last marathon-related closure. Traffic service of Nicola by LaCroix. Let traffic by Nicola. Nicola Newsflash. Dancing polar bears spotted sipping new LaCroix Nicola. 100% all-natural cola-flavored sparkling water. Experts explain that even polar bears want a healthy cola alternative. LaCroix Nicola available at Mariano's. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny, high 62. Then tonight, becoming partly cloudy with a low 48. Tomorrow, increasingly windy with clouds breaking for some sunshine, high of 65. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Some clouds, 47 at O'Hare. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MyPainChicago.com. World-class treatment for chronic pain. Go to MyPainChicago.com.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
And I think we should look to countries like Denmark, like Sweden.
But we are not Denmark. I love Denmark. We are the United States of America.
Now it's Baez in the right field, way back. Javier Baez, a three-run home run. Wow.
If it's this year, next year, or 100 years from now, it doesn't matter. matter because Cubs are number one. We're going to the World Series, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
So what do you think of the new digs here at AM 560? Do you like the decorations, Dan? The Cubby blue, the Cubby red, the Cub signs, pictures everywhere.
Apparently I am sitting in Theo Epstein's seat at present. So when he gets here, I'll happily abdicate.
Well, we put out a request for him, but we do have Todd Ricketts locked in for later in the show. He'll be joining us.
Well, and it just shows. I mean, speaking of Todd and the family, you put good conservatives in charge, and they can turn anything around, even the Chicago Cubs.
Yes, Dan. God love you. And you know, it all started because Tom Ricketts met his wife in the bleachers at Wrigley back in the 80s. And he said to her, to impress her, honey, someday I'm going to own this team.
Yeah.
No, he didn't say that, but he ended up, they were just lifelong Cub fans, and he ended up actually buying it.
I think it had something to do with Joe Ricketts.
Right.
The father.
Well, still, but he talked to Dad and said,
Yeah.
Hey,
yeah.
And you've met Pops, because remember we were at that same fundraiser?
I have not met
Papa
Joe Ricketts.
You didn't meet him?
No.
But you were at the same event that I was at.
No, I was.
Maybe I was boxed you out so hard that you couldn't.
Billy Corgan was dominating all my time at that event. I'm like, Billy, enough. I got other people to talk to. So no, I haven't met Joe Ricketts, but Todd is a friend, and it's great for the family. It's great what they've done.
It's great for the city.
It would have never happened if the Tribune still owned the team. I'll tell you that.
It wouldn't have, because they made the right decisions with putting Theo Epstein in charge, and he chose the right players. Took young people like Addison Russell, Jason Hamill, Schwarber, who's the best hitter in the world. Did you see his bomb last night?
He's going to be suspended for Game 1. Did you? I don't know if you heard that though.
Why? For breaking the sign?
For Schwarber,
Schwarber. Did I just call him Schwarber? I meant Schwarber.
Yeah, he's suspended for the first game of the NLCS because he violated O'Hare airspace.
Hey-o!
Thank you very much.
Yeah, so it was a great game. And
did you like that better than my wind and solar power, or did you like that? Which did you like better?
I was at the game yesterday, and I have to admit, I stole your wind and solar.
Oh, did you?
You know what? That doesn't play well on the north side.
Didn't go?
That's not funny, Dan. They're like, that was so yesterday, Amy. This is a new day, a new game.
Wow, it's a tough crowd over there. I mean, not in terms of baseball, but in terms of comedy.
Yeah. They like their stuff. So I got to the game yesterday. It was pretty sad because it was 2-0
I'm sorry,
Cardinals.
wait. You got to the game. You had Peyton and Eli were playing soccer for the first time and only time ever in their young lives, and you were, I think, supposed to be at that soccer match.
Well, this is what I did since the two events, and they were big events. They were huge, Dan. We're so close to each other. I went to the game, saw Jason Hamill got a single, and then Jose Baez hit a 3-run homer.
Now it's Baez in the right field, way back. Javier Baez, a 3-run home run.
Okay,
that's Javi. Don't call me Jose Baez.
Did I call him Jose?
Yeah.
Everyone in my house is Jose.
Yes.
So Baez hit a 3-run homer.
So you got there. So you had Addison Russell take your place at the soccer game.
Exactly.
To watch
That's
your
why,
kids, and then you came over.
Yeah. Watched that greatness. Went to my kid's soccer game. 2 people had broken bones from the soccer game, a collarbone and the tibia. It was a very violent
tibia.
A tibia.
Like an upper leg break.
It was a very violent soccer game. You would have loved it. God, you would have loved it. And then they tied the game up 4-4, and I thought, you know what? I better get back there. And so then I went back to the game. But this time, second time, I sat on a rooftop.
I'm confused. Were you sitting at a rooftop at the soccer game? Wait,
No.
you went? Where were you at the soccer game, and when were you at the Cubs game?
I went to the Cubs game.
You started
until
at the Cubs game.
Javier Baez hit a 3-run homer. I thought, okay, we're going to win this one. I left, went to the soccer game, saw 2 kids get injured on the opposite team. Very scary. Then I went back to the game because it was tied up, and I thought, you know what? I got to go back and stand where I was standing before. I'm so superstitious. And then they won the game.
Has anybody picked your children up from the soccer game, or are they still there?
No, I outsourced.
Oh, you did? Oh, good.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
And by the way, Blaine Soccer, they won their game too.
Wow, boy, everything was coming up roses
yes,
for you yesterday. Yeah, it was quite something, and so we'll see. Since Dodgers won yesterday, we don't know if it's going to be the Dodgers or the Mets yet.
And Cub fans are so, we don't care who we play. We should care who we play. We want to play L.A. because you know what happened August 29th? Jake Arrieta pitched a no-hitter in L.A. at Dodger Stadium. So you want the Dodgers to win.
Well, we're going to talk to some experts in the field here. Al Yellen from Bleed Club, CubbyBlue.com, and Evan Altman from the lead writer for Cubs Insider, as well as Todd Ricketts, about that. But the L.A. Dodgers, they have Clayton Kershaw, 3 Cy Youngs, and they have Zach Greinke. They have the 2, along with Arrieta, those are the top 3 pitchers in the National League. The good news for the Cubs is that because they have to play Game 5 for the Dodgers-Mets, is you've got time for Arrieta to rest so he can start Game 1.
Yeah, that's good. And then Utley, he'll be back playing by then.
Yeah.
We have to that sign yesterday, or was it 2 nights ago? Because the Utley, the what's his last name?
His first name is Chase. His
Chase
last
Utley.
name is Utley. Yeah.
No, but who did he knock down on the shortstop for the Mets? Tejada.
Right.
Yes. So he was suspended a few games, but he'll be back. He'll be able to play.
The sign at Shea Stadium,
yeah, tell
or
everybody.
the new Shea Stadium. The Chase Utley loves ISIS. Yeah, that was pretty good.
That is the best, most creative sign I've ever seen.
Certainly, it's more creative than anything we saw at Wrigley. It's just incredible. Here's something though. I'm not a Cubs fan. I'm not going to be a Cubs fan. Okay, so I'm not on the bandwagon. But I will say this: every silly mistake the Cardinals made, the Cubs took full advantage of, and there were only a few mistakes that the Cubs made, they were able to paper over and not have it do too much damage. And that's the sign of a good team. It pains me to say it. It really does.
And the fans, it's great for the Cubs and the organization, but the people who have waited almost centuries for this. Here's a lady who could have had a grabber yesterday.
We just beat the best team in baseball. What an accomplishment.
Here's a lady who almost had a grabber yesterday.
Yeah.
I took my extra blood pressure medicine this morning, and I am fine.
And people
Was that Hillary?
No. I don't know. Was it?
I took my extra blood pressure medicine this morning, and I am fine.
Sounds like it.
But families have owned, season tickets for generations.
How long have these tickets been in your family?
55 years.
They're finally worth something.
I've been waiting my whole life for this.
It's a huge, it's the best. And the feeling on the north side, it's just vibrant. Everyone is so excited, and no one got arrested yesterday, too. So congratulations, Cub fans. You left without incident. Thank you.
Did I see it correctly that there were fans on the field after the game?
There were some, but then they pushed them back in the stands. But people stayed at Wrigley for 2 hours after the game just watching the hoopla. Because on the big Jumbotron, they put footage, live footage of inside the locker room and the champagne shower. And did you see Jim Rose with the goggles on and the hazmat suit?
No.
Oh, he looked like a Martian. He came out of that dugout like, take me. I'm ready to go live.
Thank you, Michael Winslow. I don't know. Is it me? I understand. Is it a little bit over the top for an NLDS victory? I know
we've never won any postseason series at home.
Which is
in 1907 and 1908, they were on the road. In 1945, that was in Detroit.
Yeah.
So we've never won anything here.
Which is one of the saddest commentaries I've ever heard about a professional sports franchise. They've never won a series at home. It's unbelievable, but that's true.
Yeah, that's why people were so excited.
But is it a little? It's almost. It was. I know they kind of didn't shut down the city, which would happen if they actually.
Well, if they make it to the World Series,
won
they
the
will
World Series.
have to. If they make it to the World Series, if they win the NLCS, if they win the pennant, then they're going to have to, regroup and see what they can do. But yesterday they did a great job. They put up, the barriers so that people wouldn't spill out onto the street. They let them celebrate for a little bit, and then they kicked everybody out by 9:00 last night.
Yeah, the most distressing thing to me about this is going to happen. This celebration that goes on, and people are entitled to celebrate, and Cubs fans and all that. It does actually, their run right now and the power output the last 2 days, it does remind me of the 2005 White Sox run. It really does.
It does.
But the Mets are doing the same thing, so we'll see if they face the Mets. But the Chicago celebrities, in quotation marks, we're going to have to endure.
What, Bill Murray?
No, not Bill Murray. Bill Murray's great.
Yeah.
Like the faux Chicago celebrity, like Jim Belushi. Mr. Chicago hasn't lived here in 25 years. John Cusack, who was at the game yesterday.
Well, he's always at the games.
They're so
His sister used to live on
intolerable.
Greenview. They've always been at the games.
Well, Joan Cusack, I could tell.
Yeah, she's
John, not so much.
no.
What's the score? Nothing. Who's winning? The Bears.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Today, the sun still shines. It will be mostly sunny. A few high clouds, a high of 62 degrees. Then tomorrow, increasingly windy with clouds breaking at times for some sunshine. Little bit warmer, a high of 65. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. On the Adams Tollway westbound, I-90 just past Arlington Heights Road. There's a stall in the right lane. The other tollways are clear. The expressways are pretty light so far. Inbound ride getting just a little heavy approaching downtown. Bishop Ford, little congestion between Cottage Grove and the Merge. The other expressways and tollways are good. You'll have some traffic downtown around Millennium Park later this morning. There's a Stanley Cup viewing, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. So you'll have a lot of activity around Michigan Avenue and Madison. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. That's where Upstream Ideas comes in. Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted orthodoxies. In other words, Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to spur you on to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. Glad you're here with us today. HealthQuest Radio is Chicagoland's longest-running health news and science program. I've been an integrated healthcare practitioner for over 33 years now, and if you've been wondering what it's like to be a patient in our HealthQuest offices, well, take a look at our website. Go to healthquestradio.com under Testimonials and Tales of Wonder, right on the homepage, where you'll find many encouraging stories of success straight from our patient's mouth. Would you like to be done with those migraine headaches, get your insulin under control, feel more energetic, maybe having better sex, get that libido in gear again, discover why you eat for every emotion, and then get it under control? On medication and want to be off of it? Whatever health challenges you the most, you can schedule your new patient consult with me just by calling our HealthQuest Radio hotline at 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855.
We're not gathered here united tonight because of the name of our teams or of our schools.
Witness the true story,
but because of the name
of a spiritual awakening
above all names
that saved a high school,
Jesus,
and shook a city. Experience one hope.
Nobody out there knows what's happened with this team.
One truth.
But when you win on this day, they will!
One way. Make the changes to these boys' own. Woodlawn.
I'm asking you to stand up right now and make a decision to change, to forgive, to choose Jesus.
I want you to stop all religious activities until this board has taken this matter under full review.
I think I'm gonna get hit no matter what I do. I got some tough decisions to make. Woodlawn starts this Friday.
AM 560. The Answer.
So how do you like the decorations, Dan? You didn't comment on the streamers and the Cubby signs everywhere.
It's a tough day yesterday. Long day. First watching the Cubs game and then the Dem debate. The Dem debate was clearly more painful, but more unintentionally comedic. So that was the one saving grace. We'll talk about that shortly. But we're going to give wide berth to Cubs fans to get it all out of their system before the NLCS, when anything can happen, like the Cubs returning to form.
And Rizzo Deep into right field. Way back. She's gone. Anthony Rizzo does it again. The Cubs take the lead.
Oh, wasn't it great? I mean, it was such an exciting game because if you're going to win the division series, you want to do it that way. And the Cardinal fans, they were so sad. They just packed up and got on their little bus and went to O'Hare right away. But no, all right. So if you look at the
Is
team,
there anything more entertaining than the gloating Cubs fan?
well, because it might be short-lived.
Yes.
But last season, guess where they were in the National League Central?
The Cubs?
Yeah.
They were in last place.
In last place. So you go from last place to now winning the division series. I mean, that's God's work right there.
Oh, yes. I think we have somebody else that's channeling that sentiment. I believe it's Steve on 88. Pope Francis and Blessed Theo of Boston only needs one more miracle to attain. Pope Francis said Blessed Theo of Boston only needs one more miracle to attain sainthood. Only question, which cap will he wear? Go Cubs.
Go Cubs. Thank you very much. But after the game, so the players, they were having their champagne celebration. Starlin Castro was wearing his ski goggles because, nobody wants champagne in the eyes. But also who was there, and the fans stuck around to watch all of this because then the players went out on the field and sprayed the fans with champagne. Jake Arrieta was doing it. Did you watch any of it?
No.
It went on for hours.
No, I had to get settled in for the 5 cadavers that were
and I was
rolled up on stage for CNN in Vegas.
When I turned CNN on, my family's like, no, back to the Cubs. We are not watching that, Mom. We're not watching it. So I had to leave and watch another. I had to go upstairs and watch the TV up there. But one fan that was in the stand was, remember 100-year-old Loretta Dolan? Are you familiar with her? She lives in the hood. I see her all the time. She always wears her Graham jersey because she's a grandma and a great-grandma. And she got to go to the game, and we're glad that they won because if they don't win, she can't sleep at night.
Sometimes, if they lose at night, I can't even sleep at night when they lose. So then I get up and make myself a cup of coffee so I can fall back to sleep.
Isn't she so
That's
sweet?
cute.
Come on, do it for Graham.
What does it mean for you to be here tonight?
Oh, my God. I never prayed that I'd be able to do this.
Yeah, it is. My dearly departed grandparents and mother were all Cubs fans, and they, every time we went to my grandparents' house in Western Springs, they'd have the Cubs game on, unless it was, they'd have As the World Turns on, and then they'd have the Cubs game on if it was an afternoon game. So yeah, I get the lore and the connection and.
But
and all
Loretta,
of that.
okay, so the Cubs last won the World Series when Loretta was born. She was 31 the last time they made it to the World Series. This 101-year-old woman.
They haven't won since 1908.
Right. She was, the Cubs won the World Series 6 years, before
Yes.
Loretta was born. You know I'm not good with math.
Yes.
She was 31 years old when they last made a World Series appearance. And so now she's 101. She hopes that this is actually the year.
I've been at the Wrigley Field, and the beautiful Cubs won. And that was something. That was really something.
See, back in 45, back in the day. Now, she's old school, okay? She's the lady.
Yeah, she's Rosie the Riveter. I mean, she was selling war bonds the last time the Cubs were in the World Series. Good grief.
I mean, she couldn't even vote, but now she can vote. Now she's voting for the Cubs.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear about the Townstone experience from one of our customers.
Hi, my name is Jim Maraff. I'm a patent and trademark attorney in Chicago. I've done 2 purchases with Barry and Townstone. Barry and his team makes the process so easy. He sends me all the paperwork, all filled out, all taken care of. I sign, and it's done. Quite often, it's done way ahead of schedule so that I can even close earlier on the purchase if I need to. Makes it very, very simple and efficient the entire way.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111. Or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Illinois, Florida, license C6629, NMLS 136639, Equal Housing Lender.
For a long time, Turnkey IT has been providing solutions to AM 560 business owners. It's a name that you have come to know and trust. Turnkey IT takes care of your technology and has a plan that fits your company's IT budget and network needs. Interested in moving some or all of your business to the cloud? Turnkey IT can migrate your network to Microsoft's Office 365. Need someone to call when you can't print, have a lost file, or need tech support? Turnkey IT's got you covered. Offsite backup? Check. On-site support? Check. Help desk support? Check. Turnkey IT's staff is professional, friendly, punctual, and will solve all of your technical problems immediately and even work after normal business hours, all for a fixed monthly rate. Turnkey IT knows your network is truly the heartbeat of your company, so focus on your business and leave the technical stuff to the pros. Visit turnkey.pro today for a plan that fits your needs. That's turnkey.pro.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, the debate done. What did you think of it?
I'll sum it up in 3 words at 5:35.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom with a man of many words. Here is Mike Scott.
Best harmonica and player in the business, Huey Lewis. 49 degrees outside. And we watched the debate so you didn't have to. 5 Democratic presidential hopefuls led by candidates Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders. Well, they disagree on a lot of issues, but they agree the scandal over the Clinton emails is a waste of time. In that first debate on CNN, Bernie Sanders saying the American people have heard enough about emails.
But I think the secretary is right. And that is that the American people are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails.
Thank you. Me too. Me too.
The Vermont senator also had to defend his role as a self-described socialist.
Do I consider myself part of the casino capitalist process by which so few have so much and so many have so little, by which Wall Street, greed and recklessness wreck this economy? No, I don't.
In closing, former Senator Lincoln Chafee touted his record of having 0 scandals.
In 30 years of public service, I have had no scandals. I have high ethical standards. And what I'm most proud of is my judgment, particularly in the Iraq War vote. There was a lot of pressure, political pressure, public pressure, but I did my homework.
The former Rhode Island governor was actually only given about 10 minutes to respond to questions during the debate. A wave of deadly violence by Palestinians increasingly bringing out the Israeli military. Hundreds of troops are being deployed in Israeli cities to help police after an outburst of violence carried out mostly by young Palestinians. A Milwaukee jury says a gun store owner is liable in the shooting of 2 police officers there. The jury ordered the store and the owner to pay $6 million in damages to the officers. They argued the Badger Guns store broke the law by selling the weapon to someone who knowingly planned to resell it to a person who could not legally buy a gun. Cubs are moving on to the NLCS for the first time since 2003. Northsiders advanced by beating the Cardinals 6-4. First baseman Anthony Rizzo says it's a special prize knocking out 2 NL Central teams so far this postseason.
2 unbelievable clubs we just beat. The Pirates, who have an unbelievable organization, and same with the Cardinals. We just beat a really good team, and they know how to win. They've dealt with so many injuries, and they still were the best team in baseball. How they did that, no one has any idea. I think some of their guys don't even know how they did it, but that gives credit to their organization and how good they are.
They will face either the Mets, the Cubs will, the Mets or the Dodgers in Game 1 of the NLCS this Saturday. The search is underway after police say a man tried to sexually assault a woman on the north side. Authorities say the victim was working out Monday night on North Stockton Drive when a man struck her with an unknown object and then attempted to assault her. Village of Highland Park will have to wait a little longer to find out.
When I think about capitalism, I think about all the small businesses that were started because we have the opportunity and the freedom in our country for people to do that and to make a good living for themselves and their families. And I don't think we should confuse what we have to do every so often in America, which is save capitalism from itself. And I think what Senator Sanders is saying certainly makes sense in the terms of the inequality that we have. But we are not Denmark. I love Denmark. We're the United States of America, and it's our job to rein in the excesses of capitalism so that it doesn't run amok and doesn't cause the kind of inequities that we're seeing in our economic system. But we would be making a grave mistake to turn our backs on what built the greatest middle class in the history of the world.
Senator Sanders? I think everybody is in agreement that we are a great entrepreneurial nation. We have got to encourage that. Of course, we have to support small and medium-sized businesses. But you can have all of the growth that you want,
AM560.
and it doesn't mean anything if all of the new income and wealth is going to the top 1%. So what we need to do is support small and medium-sized businesses, the backbone of our economy, but we have to make sure that every family in this country gets a fair shake. We're not just a billionaire. We're going to have a lot.
I mean, it's the exact opposite.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is the top choice of doctors and nurses nationwide and should be yours. With one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner provides an accurate temperature, stress-free. Available at Walgreens.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded SquareTrade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month, plus up to $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade phone protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
SquareTrade!
536. Let's get an update on the roads in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On Chicago's north side, there's a crash on Irving Park at Clark Street. Edens and the Kennedy are delay-free. The Eisenhower still fine, too. Inbound Stevenson. Now I got a 2-minute delay, Cicero to Kedzie. Inbound Ryan, a 3-minute delay from Cermak to downtown Chicago. Bishop Ford, a 5-minute delay for 115th to the merge. Tollways are fine. No delays to report in northwest Indiana. Traffic is a service of RCN Entertainment Redefined. Get award-winning, super-fast, 155 internet and awesome digital TV as low as $55.94 per month. Plus, take TV anywhere with RCN to go. It's awesome-azing. RCN Entertainment Redefined. 1-800-RING-RCN or RCN.com. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Sunny, 62 today. Partly cloudy and 48 overnight. 47 at O'Hare, 49 along the lakefront. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Heroes Talk Radio. Learn the secrets to planning a tax-free retirement income by listening to Heroes Talk Radio Saturday afternoons at 5.
Dan and Amy, so that first dumb debate yesterday. Oh, Nelly.
I was having such a good day. Such a good day that I had to go home and watch that, and really brought down the tone of the victory.
There were some twists, though. I mean, it started off with a bit of surprise, the national anthem. Because the big question was, which national anthem are they going to sing? I mean, I'm using the term sing loosely because Sheryl Crow, wow, that was rough. But without doing the American Idol review of Sheryl Crow's performance, there's legitimate reason because Lincoln Chafee, I think, was rooting for O Canada, since that's where he lives. And Bernie Sanders was rooting for Denmark because that's how...
Yeah, a lot of reference to Denmark yesterday. And Hillary loves Denmark. Don't get it wrong. I love the way they do business.
Something, to paraphrase Marcellus to Horatio in Hamlet, something wonderful in the state of Denmark, apparently, because Bernie Sanders made a point to highlight Denmark. When he thinks of American exceptionalism, he thinks America's exceptional if we become Denmark. And that's speaking as someone who's part Danish.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. So I'm proud of Denmark too. Not as proud of it.
Never trust the Dutch
as the Danish.
The Danish, sorry.
Yeah.
But I love that line from, that movie.
That's
Austin Powers.
Oh.
Mike Myers.
Yeah,
I thought the Dutch.
Yes.
Yeah.
I thought you were thinking of what's the Mel Gibson movie? Braveheart.
Oh, Braveheart.
The Irish, Longshanks. So
back to Bernie.
Bernie Sanders, he did what we've been waiting for him to do: define what it means to be a Democrat socialist.
If you call yourself a Democratic socialist, how can any kind of socialist win a general election in the United States?
Well, we're going to win because first we're going to explain what democratic socialism is. And what democratic socialism is about is saying that it is immoral and wrong that the top 0.1% in this country own almost 90%, own almost as much wealth as the bottom 90%.
And he goes on to talk about Denmark and how wonderful Denmark is. Here's the thing, Bernie, a little fact-checking before you present a model that we should follow. It turns out, according to Kevin Williamson, had this in National Review Online, too, tweeted it during the debate, Denmark is ranked higher than the United States on the Economic Freedom Index compiled by the Heritage Foundation.
Oh.
Because they have a lower corporate tax rate than the United States. Because they have a smaller regulatory state than the United States. But one thing they do have, much higher taxes on middle-income families than does the United States to finance their welfare state. So is that what Bernie Sanders is talking about when he says we should emulate Denmark, reduce the size and scope of the regulatory state, reduce our corporate tax rate, increase taxes on middle-income Americans? Is that what he's talking about? This is silliness. And Bernie Sanders came across as what he is yesterday, a loon, but he had good company. So here's Hillary Clinton, though, responding to what Bernie Sanders said, kind of channeling Barack Obama to some extent. America is exceptional, the same way the Danish believe Denmark is exceptional, and so on and so forth. Hillary responded with a little bit of a hat tip to entrepreneurial capitalism right before she took it away.
There's no doubt that when Putin came back in and said he was going to be president.
That's not the one, but this is.
When I think about capitalism, I think about all the small businesses that were started because we have the opportunity and the freedom in our country for people to do that and to make a good living for themselves and their families. And I don't think we should confuse what we have to do every so often in America, which is save capitalism from itself. And I think
Save capitalism from itself. There's capitalism, which is essentially the free exchange of goods and services.
Yeah, so how are we going to free it? Because when she said that, I looked at people in the room and said, what does that mean?
Here's what it means.
Because if we don't have capitalism, we're not going to survive as a country.
Well, here's what they could all the geriatrics on stage could agree on. With maybe the exception of Jim Webb.
Yeah, I was impressed, but we'll get to him later. But Jim Webb didn't bother me. He seemed like the adult in the room.
Well, he actually gave some thoughtful answers that at least demonstrated he had thought through some of these issues, both foreign policy, even affirmative action. Didn't fall for the pandering and the Black Lives Matter question. So, I mean, Jim Webb is an adult, at least, even though he's in the
Marine, fought in Vietnam.
Right.
I mean, he's been there.
Yeah, and he was about to break Anderson Cooper in half if he got interrupted by Anderson Cooper one more time, which I would like to have seen, actually.
Anderson Cooper had his smart boy glasses on yesterday, too. Did you see that?
Yeah, smart boy glasses. But Hillary, Bernie, the other kind of extras that were on stage, all basically agree that government is not big enough, that you're not taxed enough, and they're going to take your money away, your guns away, and your sovereignty away and give it all to Planned Parenthood. That's the big takeaway from the debate, because that seems to be where there was unanimity. Hillary Clinton, to that end.
When people say that, it's always the Republicans or their sympathizers who say you can't have paid leave, you can't provide health care. They don't mind having big government to interfere with a woman's right to choose and to try to take down Planned Parenthood. They're fine with big government when it comes to that. I'm sick of it. We can do these things. We should not be paralyzed. We should not be paralyzed by the Republicans and their constant refrain, big government this, big government that, except for what they want to impose on the American people. I know we can afford it because we're going to make the wealthy pay for it. That is the way to get it done.
Yeah. These Republicans that want big government or that want big government, like when they try and take away funding for. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah. These Republicans who want big government, Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was also essentially saying, as all these other candidates were doing, talking about all the other new and exciting entitlements, expanding Social Security.
She's got big plans.
Big plans. And essentially what they want is equality. Equality in terms of income for people who don't work with people who do work.
All I heard
and
was
what's wrong with that?
A progressive liberal agenda from every single candidate up there. And the three, that are languishing in single digits, they didn't do anything last night to break out. No one had a breakout moment last night. There were no fireworks. Bernie Sanders was so nice to Hillary. I threw up in my mouth like, I'm so sick of the damn email scandal. I can't take it. I mean, it was almost as if he was paid to poo-poo the email scandal. And then she reached across and touched him like, thanks, Bernie, for helping me out.
Yeah, one of the questions I was asked as well was how you will not be a third term of Barack Obama. Listen to Hillary's answers, because this was all about Hillary. And to some extent, Bernie, the other three, good night.
Clinton, how would you not be a third term of President Obama?
Well, I think that's pretty obvious. I think being the first woman president would be quite a change from the presidents we've had up until this point, including President Obama.
Yeah.
Well, I've heard from my liberal ladies that, it might be nice to not have a male ego in the White House. Don't attack the messenger. But running as a woman...
Does Hillary have an ego?
Yeah, she does.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. But, just because she's a woman doesn't make her an outsider. I mean, she's more a political insider than anybody up on that stage there.
I'll tell you what, when you have to constantly remind people of your gender, what does that say about, number one, how consistent with your gender you're coming across? Number two, what you have to say in terms of substance. It's very much like earlier in the debate when she talked about how young girls can now believe a woman can be president.
Yeah, I heard her say
right,
that. Yeah.
And she's the model. You just have to marry right. I mean,
yeah,
because
right.
That's the only reason. So all your liberal women friends who, part of the Kankle caucus there for Hillary, what do they have to say about that? Hillary's not in that position if she doesn't marry Bill.
That's true. Well, then they say she married well. She positioned herself. She was very clear and methodical. She wanted to grab onto his coattails, and she did exactly that because they really don't have a marriage, Dan. It's more of a partnership. And last night, Bill Clinton, I follow him on Twitter, he tweeted out a picture of himself in a Las Vegas hotel room, the back of his head, and then Hillary up on stage. And he said, I'm cheering for a hashtag I'm with her. But he didn't want to, steal the thunder from her. So he sat back in the hotel room in Vegas by himself.
Oh, yeah.
Or was he at the Love Ranch?
That would have been a good question to ask is, with whom is Bill watching the debate tonight? I would have liked to have Anderson Cooper ask that. By the way, they should talk about, since they're such big redistributionists, maybe about redistributing the time.
Uh-huh.
Clinton got
what do you have?
30%, Sanders 27%, Webb 15%, O'Malley 17%, Chafee 9%. Lincoln Chafee did want it noted for the record that his Lucky Charms are magically delicious, by the way. Mike on the north side.
Good morning. The debate went too long. It could have been over in 30 seconds. All everyone had to do was to say Republicans are bad, rich people are evil unless they give to the Clinton Foundation, and here's all the free stuff I'm going to give you.
Yeah, that's about it.
It was
Thanks
all
for the
about
call, Mike.
demonizing the rich and taking their money to give to the middle class. That's all it was.
I could sum it up in 3 words, and appropriately, they're French. Folie à cinq. It's shared delusion. No, normally it's folie à deux, shared delusion between two. This was shared delusion for 2 hours among 5.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
So what did you think of that Democratic debacle of a debate? 312-642-5600. Your phone call's next. But first, here's your forecast. Today, mostly sunny, a high of 62 degrees. And tomorrow, it's going to be increasingly windy with some clouds breaking up for some sun at some times. A little bit warmer, a high of 65. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. North side of Chicago, there's a crash at Irving Park at Clark Street. Inbound Eisenhower getting heavy from Manheim to First Avenue. 30 minutes, Thorndale to downtown. Outbound fine at 29. Edens, Kennedy, still delay-free. Inbound Stevenson, it's slow from Harlem to Kedzie. 38 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Dry in 20 minutes, 90-50 downtown. I-57, just about a 1 or 2 minute delay approaching the merge. Bishop Ford, 5-minute delay starting at 115th. Adams Tollway eastbound. There's a crash just past Roselle Road. The left lane is blocked. Delays start just past Barrington Road. The other tollways are good. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick-and-mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state-of-the-art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years' experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us. TrustAnAmerican.com. That's TrustAnAmerican.com, or call at 630-766-2825.
My name is David Hochberg, and I'm Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. That's right, I'm now Vice President of Lending at Pearl Mortgage. If you're looking to purchase a new home or refinance your existing home, give me a call. I'm the same guy that's provided listeners with honest advice and outstanding customer service for the past 13 years. The only thing that's changed is where I work. When you want to refinance and pay off debt, you called me and I helped you. When your kids were purchasing their first home and you wanted to make sure they were working with a trustworthy lender, you called me and I helped them. If you would like to talk to me about a mortgage, please give me a call at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333. Email me at david@pearldavid.com. That's david@PERLDavid.com. Or visit my website, am560david.com. 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee, 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA and MLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com licensing.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. They really are just like your original ones. What you probably don't know is that not all implants are the same quality. And there are a lot of unqualified people doing implants.
This is Brian DeWolf. I have 2 implants from Fox River Periodontics. I had one. I was happy with it. So I had another one done, and I love them. The idea of dentures didn't appeal to me at all. I didn't want that appliance in my mouth. These implants are wonderful. They're just like your real teeth, and they're probably even better because there's no nerve attached to them, so there's no pain, and they last forever. Dr. Neruzzi is great, and his staff is wonderful, and I trust him completely. If you're looking for dental implants, or considering dental implants for a missing tooth or for a whole mouthful, talk to Dr. Neruzzi. You'll be happy you did, and Fox River Periodontics.
Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So, some other things that were interesting about the debate. The Hispanic reporter.
Jorge Ramos?
No, Juan Carlos is his name. He asked 2 questions. He was there for the entire debate, and they threw to him for 2 questions. Of course, the perfunctory immigration question and about legalizing dope.
My God.
Could it be any more racist?
Weren't they just asking him about the rapist rate among Hispanics, too?
I thought it was considerate of CNN, though, that they didn't make Juan Carlos wear a sombrero when he asked the immigration question.
And hand out margaritas? You want yours with salt or no salt?
I mean, it's just, what a caricature. They should have used a cartoon Hispanic to ask those questions and given Juan Carlos the night off. But that's just to show you how silly, and all messed up in identity politics they are, and this just goes off without a note. If that would have happened at a Republican debate, the hue and cry. But it was so cynical,
who
frankly.
Do you think won the debate? 312-642-5600. Was there any winners? I mean, there were no fireworks. There was a lot of love up there. Anderson Cooper asked one tough question to Hillary about flip-flopping on certain issues, about same-sex marriage, about the TPP, and then that was it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Hillary was the most polished because she's in with four guys who are over their depth. I mean, Jim Webb probably isn't, but he's just a little bit rusty. Jim Webb's probably the smartest guy on the stage, smartest person on the stage, but he came across as kind of gruff and angry, and he's an also-ran. He's not a competitive candidate. Lincoln Chafee lives in another. He doesn't just live in another country. He lives on another planet. He's just goofy. And, Marty O'Malley, I thought that you could not be more inauthentic than Hillary Clinton until Marty O'Malley started speaking last night. So, but one of the other things that struck me, because I don't think this debate's going to have that much of an impact on the race, one of the things that struck me is the concentration of issues. Most of the issues, most of 2 hours, income inequality, climate change, big banks, and that's kind of a corollary to income inequality. And think about the Republican debates: national security, immigration, job creation. It really is two entirely different conversations about the future of America.
Yeah, and Lincoln Chafee, they asked him about Glass-Steagall vote yesterday, about commercial and investment banking. And how do you think he answered that one, Dan?
Governor Chafee, you've attacked Secretary Clinton for being too close to Wall Street banks. In 1999, you voted for the very bill that made banks bigger.
The Glass-Steagall was my very first vote. I just arrived. My dad had died in office. I was appointed to the office. It was my very first vote.
Are you saying you didn't know what you were voting for?
I just arrived at the Senate. I think we'd get some takeovers, and that was one. It was my very first vote, and it was 92.5. It was the reconciliation.
With all due respect, what does that say about you that you're casting a vote for something you weren't really sure about?
I think you're being a little rough. I just arrived at the United States Senate. I've been mayor of my city. My dad had died. I'd been appointed by the governor.
I mean, blaming your dad's death?
The question I had after watching Lincoln Chafee for 2 hours is, Rhode Island voters, how embarrassed are you?
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
At the end of a long day, all you want to do is relax. Maybe grab a cold one and eat something that's not frozen and thrown into a deep fryer. That's why you have Heroes West Sports Grill. If you want to relax, the place feels like home. If you're ready for a cold one, try 37 choices on tap alone. Hunger is a thing of the past, too, with dishes direct from their scratch kitchen. Heroes West Sports Grill in Joliet has mastered the best, just to ensure that your experience is full of happiness. But that's just the beginning. They, like AM 560 The Answer, are huge supporters of your servicemen, women, and first responders. That's why they continue to give back with Warrior Wing Wednesday. You're invited in to enjoy their famous wings at a bargain and have proceeds from your order go towards helping America's real heroes. Heroes West Sports Grill. Casual comfort just like home. Find them online at heroeswest.net. That's heroeswest.net. The sounds of an accident. You or a loved one has been injured. Your mind is racing. What happened? Is everyone okay? What now?
I'm Dan Compton of Compton Law Group. We know that at a time like this, you want answers. More importantly, you want justice for what has taken place. If you or a loved one has been injured, please, before you sign something or talk to anyone, call Compton Law Group. This is our specialty, fighting for your rights, fighting for you, and making sure that justice is served. You can reach me at 847-742-6100. That's 847-742-6100. It's my job to make sure that you, your family, and your loved ones are protected and compensated properly. We handle nursing home accidents, car, truck, and motorcycle accidents, construction accidents, and medical malpractice.
When accidents happen, and they will happen, make sure you have Compton Law Group on your side. 847-742-6100 or online at ComptonLawGroup.net. When accidents happen, take the appropriate action with Compton Law Group, located in Elgin and serving all of Chicagoland.
High-achieving students, now is the time to take ownership of your career. Come to Strive's conference on the morality of value creation and trade to meet top business leaders, mid-career professionals, leading intellectuals, and other enterprising students. Learn how you can create value and build your career. The conference is free for current students. Pay a $50 fee to reserve your spot, then get a refund of your fee, lodging, and travel expenses when you attend. Take full advantage of this opportunity online right now at striveclubs.org. That's striveclubs.org. striveclubs.org. Enrollment is open now. striveclubs.org. STRIVE clubs.org. Parents, family, friends, teachers, and professors, please make sure to pass this information on to a student who is serious about making the most of their life. The Morality of Value Creation and Trade Conference in Atlanta, November 6th through November 8th. This is an impressive opportunity at essentially no cost. striveclubs.org. STRIVE clubs.org.
Here are the stories we are following right now. Cubs advance to the NLCS with a win over the Cardinals. Barbara Byrd Bennett pleads guilty. Governor Rauner planning on selling the Thompson Center. Sunny skies ahead for today, a high of 62. Weather after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Hillary Clinton maintains
the economy does better when you have a Democrat in the White House.
So she made her case for 2016 at their first debate on CNN and Westwood One News, but Bernie Sanders says he's the right Democrat for the job.
The only way we really transform America and do the things that the middle class and working class desperately need is through a political revolution.
Sanders also got big applause, saying everyone's sick of hearing about Clinton's email scandal. And while those two got the most attention, way ahead in the polls, Martin O'Malley said elect him
to protect the Main Street economy from recklessness on Wall Street.
Jim Webb and Lincoln Chafee also debated. Now, Donald Trump said it was a little sad watching last night, but the Republican frontrunner is suddenly in a closer race in a new Fox News poll. That Fox News poll that shows that Ben Carson, is just 1 point back now of Donald Trump in the race. Trump gets 24% and Carson gets 23%. This is believed to be a first in the nation.
A gun store is held liable for the illegal straw purchase of a handgun used in a shooting. The jury awarded more than $5 million to Milwaukee police officers Brian Norberg and Graham Kunish, who were shot and badly injured by a teenager who paid his friend to buy the gun from Badger Guns since he legally could not. In Milwaukee, Dan O'Donnell for Fox News Radio.
A former NBA star, once married to a Kardashian reality TV star, is in bad shape in a Las Vegas hospital. Fox News Radio's Tanya J. Powers has this live.
Former L.A. Laker Lamar Odom taken to the hospital yesterday afternoon after being found face down and unresponsive at Love Ranch, a legal brothel in Crystal, Nevada. Love Ranch owner Dennis Hoff says his staff picked Odom up on Saturday. Claims Odom had been taking herbal Viagra. Odom won 2 NBA championships with the Lakers in 2009 and 2010. His divorce from Khloe Kardashian still pending. Dave.
Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Some clouds, 48 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Cubs move on to the National League Championship Series for the first time since 2003 with a win over the Cardinals at Wrigley Field last night. First baseman Anthony Rizzo.
Unbelievable clubs we just beat. The Pirates, who have an unbelievable organization, and same with the Cardinals. We just beat a really good team, and they know how to win. They've dealt with so many injuries, and they still were the best team in baseball. How they did that, no one has any idea. I think some of their guys don't even know how they did it, but that gives credit to their organization and how good they are.
It was the first time the Cubs have ever clinched a postseason series at home, facing the Mets or Dodgers in Game 1 Saturday. Former Chicago Public Schools CEO Barbara Byrd Bennett looking at prison time after pleading guilty to 1 count of corruption. As her charges were brought in her suspected bribery scheme, she entered that plea yesterday in federal court before apologizing to students, parents, and teachers in the district. Governor Rauner hanging a for sale sign on the 30-year-old Thompson Center, saying the striking glass and steel state government headquarters has outlived its usefulness. AM 560's David Stewart was outside.
Governor Rauner stood in the 17-story atrium to say the Helmut Jahn-designed building is inefficient and needs $100 million in repairs.
It's noisy. It's hard to meet with your colleagues. It's hard to move through the building. Very inefficient. You, as taxpayers, are paying a fortune to heat and cool this space.
Rauner says he expects it will be torn down and replaced with an office, condo, retail tower, despite any architectural significance it may have.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Again, I'm not going to comment on the appearance or the aesthetics.
Most of the workers would be relocated in Chicago, though some jobs could be transferred to Springfield. David Stewart, Chicago.
A search is underway after police say a man tried to sexually assault a woman on the north side. Authorities say the victim was working out Monday night in the 1700 block of North Stockton Drive when a man struck her with an unknown object. Cook County State's Attorney Anita Alvarez running for re-election formally announcing her bid for a third term yesterday in a campaign video. Dodgers beat the Mets 3-1 in New York. They're forcing a Game 5 in that National League Division Series back in L.A. Cubs will wait for the winner of that series. Later on tonight, NBA, Pistons and Bulls. Derrick Rose may not suit up for the Bulls in the preseason. They may have to wait for the regular season. In the NHL, the Blackhawks take on Philadelphia. The news, a service of Fresh Time Farmers Market, healthy food, healthy values. This week, tender asparagus is only $1.27 a pound. Fresh salmon fillets, $3.97 a pound. Grand opening prices valid at all 7 Chicagoland locations. Now in Bucktown, Lincoln Park, Crystal Lake, and Naperville. FreshTime.com. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
We are raising a country of sissies.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's scary because these kids are going to be adults one day. Every single day, we move away from freedom and individual responsibility. And every single day we do that, we move closer to a country full of only government dependency.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
How do you stay connected to your business when your work has you traveling from Miami on Monday to Tacoma on Tuesday? You call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. Regis offers drop-in business lounges, meeting rooms, and office space in more than 3,000 locations worldwide, allowing you to work from anywhere at any time, all on your terms. Call Regis today at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And Contour Next gives you a second chance, allowing you to reapply to the same strip when the first sample is not enough, saving you time and money. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Health Mart.
6:06 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound Adams Tollway has delays from Barrington Road past Roselle Road, where a crash has now cleared out of the left lane. Edens outbound at Dundee, there's a crash there in the left lane. Prepare to slow down a little approaching the scene. Otherwise, the Edens is still good. Kennedy, delay-free for now. Inbound Eisenhower, got a 5-minute delay from Manheim to Harlem. Inbound Stevenson, a 5-minute delay from Harlem to Kedzie. Ryan has 5 minutes worth of delays, mainly from the Stevenson into the Loop. I-57, 19 minutes. I-80 to the merge. Bishop 423. Traffic is a service of Flu Block. Not all flu vaccines are the same. This season, ask for Flu Block, the only pure choice. Now available at Target. And local retailers are like Roundy's and Mariano's pharmacies. For more information, go to askforflublock.com or talk to your healthcare professional. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
A mostly sunny day, high 62, then a partly cloudy night, low 48. Some breaks of sunshine tomorrow, becoming increasingly windy with winds up to 20 miles per hour, high of 65. Clear to partly cloudy at night, low 41. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
47 at O'Hare. Next news, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas. Great coffee. Period.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
And I think we should look to countries like Denmark, like Sweden.
But we are not Denmark. I love Denmark. We are the United States of America.
Now it's Baez in the right field, way back. Javier Baez, a 3-run home run.
Wow. If it's this year, next year, or 100 years from now, it doesn't matter because Cubs are number one.
We're going to the World Series, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. What up, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson? Struck by that Cubs fan. It doesn't matter if it's this year, next year, 100 years from now. Boy, that's spoken like a true Cubs fan.
Yeah,
Winning doesn't matter.
No, and his eyeballs popped out and his head exploded after that. But
As long as he can still get $2 drafts at Sluggers, that's what matters.
He was at Murphy's Bleachers where the beer flows freely. But yeah, it's a big day, big win for the Cubs. No one got arrested. That's also exciting as being a Wrigleyville resident for 18 and a half years. I was glad that everybody was orderly when they left Wrigley Field, the friendly confines. And now we have a daunting task ahead of us if we're going to play the Dodgers or the Mets. I hopefully will play the Dodgers because Jake Arrieta does very well at Dodger Stadium. So
be careful what you wish for.
Yeah.
We'll talk to Evan Altman, lead writer and editor for Cubs Insider here at 6:16. But that's a fun thing about Chicago. It's a fun thing for Chicagoans to celebrate. Here's a fun thing for Chicagoans to celebrate, which we do much more routinely than we do Cubs playoff victories.
Exactly.
And that is a public official going to prison.
Yeah, Barbara Bird Bennett faced a federal court judge yesterday and pled guilty to 20 fraud counts, each which carries, by the way, a maximum sentence of 20-year prison term. But they've decided the prosecution wants her to spend 7.5 years behind bars, and I think that they're going, from what I've heard from my sources, that's going to be the time she spends behind bars. But what's different, Dan, about this corruption case as opposed to other corruption cases in Chicago when it comes to our politicians, she didn't blame anybody but herself. When she talked to the judge, she spoke clearly. My friend was in the courtroom and said, she didn't look down. She looked eye to eye with the judge. Didn't blame anybody else but herself. Said, yes, I understand the charges. Yes, I'm pleading out. Great, I plead guilty.
Yeah, that's what an elocution is for.
Okay, but
and that's as part of your plea agreement is
you have to behave.
You have to accept responsibility and tell the court what you did. Otherwise, we have no agreement. So don't give her too much credit for doing what she's required to do. So she's facing a lesser sentence.
Well, she made a tearful apology to parents, to students for her actions.
I am terribly sorry, and I apologize to them. They deserved much more than I gave to them, and I thank you very much.
But what's stunning about this is Rahm Emanuel's just aloofness when it comes to the fact about this $23 million contract with Soups Academy.
He's as outrageous as anybody.
Oh, yeah, he's just out of his mind, Dan.
It's infuriating, given the trust that was put in her, that she let people down for her own personal gain when she was given the role of public trust that the public put in her to execute the overall goal for the public.
Yeah, just like Rahm's comptroller, another.
Oh, that's right.
Another felon.
Well, here's the deal. My friend told me, who's close to the mayor, that they did not vet her properly because they hated Jean-Claude Brizard so much that because they couldn't control him, that they needed somebody in there. She was attractive because she was the superintendent for Cincinnati school and for Detroit schools, but also because she was female too. So she fit the criteria on two levels: a minority and a woman.
Jean-Claude Brizard actually did an interview with Carol Felsenthal in Chicago Magazine, where he was asked by Felsenthal, when Rahm replaced you with Bird Bennett, was he looking for a public face, a person to go in front of the camera to announce school closings? Brizard answered, I do believe that those advising the mayor were very aware of the need to replace an African-American with another. Barbara seemed to fit the narrative at the time, an educator and African-American. He was asked what kind of input he had, Brizard, in the decision to install Bird Bennett as the interim chief education officer. He said this about her. This is interesting. It was ultimately my decision, but I knew that I only wanted her there for a few months. We did not have the same reform philosophy. The instructional work was well underway. We had a great teaching and learning team, and I only needed Barbara to be a placeholder and not touch much. So if that's true, Jean-Claude Brizard, then why did Rahm want her as CPS CEO? He says, this is Jean-Claude Brizard, who preceded Bird Bennett as the CPS CEO. I don't believe that the mayor did enough vetting of Barbara. He may have had inadequate counsel, but frankly, many were fooled. So I think that speaks to what you were saying, which is Brizard was not the kind of yes man that Rahm wants, even as he pretends to not be in charge of the Chicago Public Schools, which he is.
But here's him denying that. I mean, do you want to hear this? He denies that he has nothing to do with CPS contracts, especially ones that are worth $23 million. Oh, and no bid contracts.
I don't get involved in contracts. When a mayor gets involved in contracts, you have a problem. I clearly don't do that because I think that's the wrong thing to do.
The issue is not getting involved in the contract. The issue is the personnel selection. Because as we know, Tiny Dancer, personnel is policy. So your personnel choices are examples of your policy perspectives, policy goals. And so you have to own it, Tiny Dancer, when you have put people in charge of, say, a school district of 400,000 kids, and they turn out to be felons. Interesting as well, the school board, which is Rahm appointed, again, the guy who has nothing to do with CPS.
Right. Or big no bid contracts.
Andrea Zopp, she had a commercial during the Democrat debate last night on CNN. Andrea Zopp is a candidate for U.S. Senate. She's running against Tammy Duckworth at president for the Democrat nomination. She was on the school board. She was asked by the Trib Ed board a month before Bird Bennett was indicted about that Soups contract.
Did she know anything about it?
Nothing. All good. We trusted Barbara, and, it was good because Barbara had a relationship there. So it was the school board asleep at the switch, too. They didn't ask any difficult questions while they were giving out this no-bid contract, knowing that Bird Bennett had come from that place. No examination of potential conflicts of interest, no scrutiny whatsoever with that kind of money.
That's so sick.
It's a $6 billion enterprise, and it's a conspiracy. What it really is, and the real prosecution that Zach Varden should effect, is to bring them all in under a RICO action and indict them for defrauding children of their future and defrauding Chicago taxpayers and state of Illinois taxpayers, since we all finance CPS, of their money in furtherance of a conspiracy to not educate children, because that's what CPS does. Well, not educate children.
Right. And she still stole from children who needed her the most. Now, some teachers were so upset, even a retired teacher named Audrey Davis said she made sure she was in court yesterday.
One individual's.
I got up at 6 o'clock this morning to make sure that I got here on time to make the case that she has done damage to all of us, teachers, students, all of us. I'm appalled.
She stole from us because Soups is principal training. One principal that I know at a West Side school said that the person who was supposed to train him showed up late and didn't do anything. He didn't learn anything.
Oh, you
from
mean
this principal training? It was all just a big joke.
Like the entire school system. I mean, this is so easy. This is what we do with the ruling class politicians that we tolerate. We allow them to pretend, to feign moral indignation when it's easy. Somebody got caught with their hand in the cookie jars. Now everybody rushes to pile on to show that they have no connection. They're completely separate from the bad actor. They're not bad actors. This is so they can scold Barbara Bennett because they're not responsible for the systems they're in charge of. Mayor Daley wasn't. Rahm isn't. Nobody is. Well, Barbara Bird Bennett is. Everything that's wrong with CPS begins and ends with Barbara Bird Bennett. Now, when she goes to prison for 5 or 7 years, we can get back to business as normal. Give me a break. And I'm not just talking about the ruling class politicians. As I alluded to, I'm also talking about the voters in Chicago and in this state that not only tolerate them, that elevate them. They're part of it, too.
Well, I wonder if her daughter might be indicted because her daughter, Nalaya, she was in court yesterday, had no comment. But, Dan, she's a former Cook County Inspector General overseeing, are you ready? Corruption. And she received about 10% of the kickbacks. And there was a college fund set up for her twin boys.
Well, you've had those that were principals at Soups Academy are also being prosecuted. The fact that her daughter is not being prosecuted would tend to indicate that, at least according to federal prosecutors, she had no knowledge of what her mother was doing. So we'll have to take it there, at least at this point. Ann in the North Side.
Oh, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I was questioning for a long time about Penny Polly Pritzker. She was on the CPS board. When she left, become Secretary of Commerce under Barack Obama, there was something about a $20 million she was building a hotel. How come she's never questioned about what happened at the CPS?
Thanks for the call, Ann. Nobody's responsible at CPS. Peggy on the North Side.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the Amy Cohen. That's the simple question that destroys all the arguments. Remember those? And I haven't heard it yet, but Amy Cohen for this argument is, where's the $2,300 million, and I want my money back.
Yeah, well, you're not going to get it back.
We spent $7.7 million we'll never see again.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Weather forecast for a big celebration Wednesday. Today's mostly sunny, a high of 62 degrees. Tomorrow we're going to have some increasing winds, but we'll have some clouds breaking up for some sunshine by the afternoon. A little bit warmer, a high of 65. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Dan Edens inbound. Just a little heavy approaching the junction. Outbound, there is a crash at Dundee in the left lane. Prepare to slow down a bit approaching. Inbound Kennedy, 21 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 24. Inbound Eisenhower. There's a 5 or 6 minute delay from Mannheim to Harlem. Outbound, about a 4-minute delay. Central to Des Plaines Avenue. The Stevenson running 39 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 20 minutes. 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, it's slow from 59 to past Roselle after an earlier crash. Then it's slow from the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Often on the show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, like the economy, education, foreign policy. But because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Policy Institute called Upstream Ideas, which is online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that will inform the policy discussions we're having here on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions, something you didn't see in last night's debate. We challenge accepted orthodoxies and debunk the faulty premises that inform the rules on which our free society is based. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. So go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit, you'll be armed with new info and fresh perspectives to spur you to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
Hey, Mike, you watching the game Sunday?
Yes, sir, on the big screen.
But I thought you don't have a big screen.
Hollywood Palms Cinema does. They actually show Chicago football for free right on their theater movie screen.
Wow, that's actually a great idea.
Yep, and they do a full menu to make sure all the essentials are on hand for every fan.
I thought Hollywood Palms Cinema only did movies.
No, they actually have holiday family events coming up, plus they do private parties and anything you can imagine. They're really stepping it up. I found out about all this stuff when I was looking for showtimes the other night at HollywoodPalmCinema.com.
HollywoodPalmCinema.com. Looks like I have some research to do.
But I already told you the game is Sunday.
No, research for the wife. Time to plan a romantic comedy birthday party movie event for her and her crew.
Oh, yes. Bonus points for you, good sir. Nicely done.
For showtimes, game times, and event planning, visit your source for event and movie magic at HollywoodPalmCinema.com. That's HollywoodPalmCinema.com.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
Your product is terrific. I feel great. More energy. I've lost some weight. I can think clearer and faster. Everything that he said, Dr. Howard says it does on the program, it does, and then some. Boy, oh boy, I feel terrific. Nothing compares with this. Honestly, I know people always say this in testimonials, but this is the God's honest truth. I feel like a man 20 years younger.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Do you like the decorations, Dan?
Yeah.
It's Cubs streamers.
I mean, do you really like that song?
Sure, because I don't hear it that often.
Yeah, truly.
Well, every home game I would go to.
Amy, the human embodiment of the W flag today. All right, let's talk a little Cubs baseball and who they would prefer in terms of matchups, who they should prefer, I should say, to face in the NLCS. To do that, we're joined by Evan Altman. He is the editor and lead writer for Cubs Insider. Evan, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, no problem at all. Thanks for having me on.
So, well, why don't we start with a little bit of enjoyment, I guess, over the series. And I mean, the power output over the last two games, something that even Cubs insiders like yourself couldn't have expected.
No, I mean, and when you look at it, it was pretty unprecedented, right? I mean, most home runs in a game in the playoffs, most home runs over a 2-game span, and not only that, but the fact that it's, a lot of that's being led by the rookies, right?
Yeah.
These young guys who were, some of these guys were in instructional leagues in Single A last year, and now here they are on a national stage, and so it's pretty impressive. I think particularly in Game 3 when you had Jake Arrieta as the worst game he's had in months, and yet here he comes and he's backed by 6 home runs. So it's like these guys can do nothing wrong right now.
Yeah, they seem unstoppable right now. Addison Russell injured during Game 3, but Javier Baez did a wonderful job, 3-run homer yesterday. Who do you think is going to start in the first game of the NLCS?
I think it's going to depend. I haven't seen what the results are on Russell's MRI. I think if he's healthy, if he's 100%, it's absolutely going to be him. I think they need his glove out there as much as anything. But it's almost an embarrassment of riches. It's almost unfair to say, oh, hey, our starting shortstop got hurt. Well, let's bring in this other guy who used to be the top prospect in our minors, and he'll just blast a 3-run homer. So I don't think you can go wrong either way at this point.
In terms of the Mets or the Dodgers, boy, the Mets seem to be a kind of a mirror image of the Cubs, a team that's a bit of a Cinderella story this year themselves, young team, a lot of talent. But then the Dodgers, you got Kershaw and Greinke. So who do you think the Cubs match up best with?
Yeah, it's really interesting because I think a lot of people look at the Cubs were 7-0 against the Mets this year, and a lot of people will lean on that. But at the time, the Mets offense was really struggling. They didn't look very good. Since then, they've added Yoenis Cespedes, and I mean they're doing everything the Cubs are doing, right? They're not going to cover off the ball. They're scoring a bunch of runs. They've got a bunch of young pitching though, so their team is really predicated around their young rotation, where the Cubs are young hitters. And so I think that's kind of the dream matchup for everybody, I think, from a national viewing perspective. I do think when you look at how the Cubs actually match up, I think they do actually match up better against the Dodgers despite the season records. But, personally, just if I remove myself and look at it from a fan's perspective, I really love the idea of these young hitters against the young pitchers from the Mets. And I think I'd really like to see that, maybe exercise the demons of 1969 at the same time.
Oh, there you go.
There you go. Yeah. But what about the fact that Jake Arrieta pitched a no-hitter in L.A. at Dodger Stadium on August 29th, and he would be the starting pitcher in our first game?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you've got that. I do think, I kind of look at it maybe the opposite way is that, yeah, he's been great, and he threw that no-no, and he matches up well against him, but at the same time, the likelihood of him doing that again is so low as a result. You're not going to say, hey, let's move on, let's get the Mets taken care of. But again, that no-hitter is an example of why I think the Cubs do actually match up a little better against the Dodgers on the whole.
I don't want to get too far ahead here. I mean, I'm still in the afterglow of the Cubs' NLDS victory. But, you're talking about this young, talented team that the Cubs have. Is this a team, regardless of how far they go this year, that they're going to be able to keep together just in terms of salary considerations for a lot of young, talented players that are going to be commanding a lot more than they're making now?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the way it's all set, and obviously there was a lot of acrimony that surrounded Chris Bryant's promotion earlier this season, right? They held him back for 8 games, and that, in return, got them an extra year in terms of how baseball structures their salary. So really most of these guys, so Anthony Rizzo's locked up for several more years, Castro is as well, Arrieta's probably going to get an extension, but all these rookies, in theory, the Cubs could keep at their base salary and just have arbitration with them for another 5, 6, 7 years. So by all accounts, they should really be able to keep this under control for the foreseeable future.
And you look at their record last year. I mean, they were last in the National League Central, only 73 wins. It's an amazing comeback. And who's to be credited for all of this? Is it Theo Epstein?
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to spread the credit around to a lot of different places. It's absolutely, the front office between Jason McLeod, Theo Epstein, Jed Hoyer, they've done an excellent job of putting together not only the talent, but, when you look at it, and I think it does maybe get overlooked in a national sense, but they've gotten some high-character guys that when you watch these games, you just see them having fun, and they're loose, and that, if you look back at the teams like 03, 04, 07, 08, they had this sense of kind of being workmanlike and, hey, we're going about our business. We're veterans. We're highly paid. And you kind of got the feeling like, hey, these guys were together. These 25 guys hung out in the dugout for 3 hours during game day and then just kind of went their separate ways. And and you don't really this feels like a team. It's almost like watching when you watch the Little League World Series. You just love seeing those kids being kids.
Yeah.
That's sort of. It feels like that with the Cubs team, right? It's so odd to look at them like, man, these guys are having fun.
And Joe Maddon's letting them have fun.
Well, it seems like they've taken his personality a little bit, the team has. Evan Altman, Cubs Insider. He's the editor and lead writer, CubsInsider.com. Evan, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Hey, no problem. Have a great rest of the show. Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Wait a minute. Cubs win World Series. Yeah, it's something, huh? I wish I could go back to the beginning of the season. Put some money on the Cubbies.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
You didn't build that. You don't pay your fair share. Who do you think you are? Ayn Rand knew exactly who you are. Rational, productive, independent. You work hard and use your own judgment. You choose your career path, your lifestyle, your values. You're living the American dream. And now you see that there are people who want to take away what you've created and who will call their lust to loot a virtue. People who think the needs of others is a claim on your money, your work, your life. Well, how can you fight back? That's what they do at the Ayn Rand Institute. They look closely at public policy beyond sound bites and election cycles, at the fundamental moral ideas that frame crucial debates. They focus on reframing the issues in line with reason, egoism, and individual rights to life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of happiness. Your life, liberty, property, and the pursuit of your happiness. Stand up with them to fight against the sacrifice of your values by making a contribution today at AynRand.org/support. They'll use your money to defend your values.
Thanks to all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of MyPillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever, but that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? It's so important to get a great night's sleep. No more tossing and turning at night. MyPillow conforms to your neck and back. It helps if you have snoring problems, if you have headaches, neck pain, insomnia, allergies. Plus, MyPillow is washable and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. That's why it was named the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. American-made, tens of thousands of satisfied customers, and why don't you be one too? So go to the MyPillow.com website, type Amy in the promo code, 2 pillows for the price of one. Or you can call this number, 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, he's used to listening to old cantankerous people screaming. Joe Trippi, former campaign manager for Howard Dean, joins us for debate analysis.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. 48 degrees, leading Democrats seeking the White House. Debate for the first time, meeting in Vegas. 1 point last night, former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley accused frontrunner Hillary Clinton of being a flip-flopper on green-lighting the Keystone Pipeline.
Right before this debate, Secretary Clinton's campaign put out a lot of reversals on positions on Keystone and many other things. But one of them that we still have a great difference on, Madam Secretary, is that you are not for Glass-Steagall. You are not for putting a firewall between this speculative, risky, shadow banking behavior. I am.
Like President Obama, Clinton announced she opposes building that cross-U.S. oil pipeline after initially not issuing an opinion for several months into her candidacy. Jeb Bush revealing his plan to repeal and replace President Obama's Affordable Care Act.
We're a nation that does things much better when we empower people to make decisions for themselves rather than get in line and be told what to do. That's what Obamacare is, and there's no way to fix it. You can't fix something that was a failure from the start.
And this morning, Republican presidential candidate Carly Fiorina's war chest is growing. Fiorina's campaign has banked nearly $7 million since July. That's 5 times as much as she earned in the second quarter of this year. A Milwaukee gun store and the store's owner have been found liable in the shooting of 2 Milwaukee police officers. The suit claimed the gun store broke the law in 2009 by selling the weapon to someone who knowingly planned to resell it. Cubs moving on to the NLCS for the first time since 2003. Northsiders beat the Cardinals 6-4. They'll face the Mets or the Dodgers in Game 1 of the NLCS on Saturday. Chicago sports, there's some hockey on tap for later tonight as the Blackhawks visit the Islanders in the NBA preseason. No Derrick Rose as the Bulls take on Detroit. The news service of the Illinois Partners for Clean Air du Jour commute Drive you nuts? Stop driving. Save up to $975 a month by riding public transit. Put your time to better use and help reduce air pollution. Learn to breathe easy and save easy with Illinois Partners for Clean Air at cleantheair.org. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
You saw him moderate the CNN presidential debate.
Hugh Hewitt, a nice man.
Now you can see him live at Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. Hugh Hewitt is coming to Freedom Summit.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt.
Hugh Hewitt. Hugh Hewitt.
And he joins an already packed lineup that includes Ann Coulter and AM 560's Sean Hannity. Freedom Summit Chicago on November 14th in Itasca with Hugh Hewitt, Sean Hannity, and Ann Coulter. Get your tickets today at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, I pledge to help small businesses grow.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016. A career isn't supposed to be mundane. It's supposed to be motivating, satisfying, and rewarding. If you're looking for an opportunity to work with the support, reliability, and resources you need to be successful, then it's time to join RE/MAX Professionals. Ed Lukasik Jr. isn't just an ordinary award-winning real estate broker. It's his marketing strategy that makes him the country's 88th best seller, according to the Wall Street Journal. He goes beyond traditional thinking to make sure his agents and his results are second to none. You too can now be an agent with a broker that leads shares, a broker that provides state-of-the-art technology and has business waiting for you from the very first day, a broker that trains you hands-on with techniques that you need to keep achieving success. If you're not picking your jaw up off the floor yet, then at least pick up the phone. Call 630-679-5454 and see what it's like to be an agent with Ed Lukasik's family at RE/MAX Professionals. That's 630-679-5454.
SquareTrade does not cover lost or stolen items. Savings based on 2-year iPhone plan with one claim compared to Asurion total equipment coverage as of April 10th, 2015.
Getting a new Galaxy, iPhone, or other smartphone? Get this. Every 2 seconds, one of us accidentally breaks our phone. So protecting your new smartphone is a smart idea. But if you have insurance from one of those big cell phone companies, you're paying way too much. I'm Steve Abernethy, and I founded SquareTrade to give you a better choice. Phone insurance from Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carriers can cost you as much as $11 every month, plus up to a $199 deductible when you break your phone. SquareTrade phone protection is less than $5 a month with a much lower deductible. We can save you over $240. And switching to SquareTrade is easy. Even if you're locked into a 2-year phone contract with Verizon, Sprint, or other wireless carrier, you can cancel their phone insurance anytime. We'll even show you how.
Switch to SquareTrade now and save over $240. Visit SquareTrade.com. That's SquareTrade.com.
SquareTrade!
6:36 in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Northbound 83 has delays in Hinsdale from 75th to before Chicago Avenue with a crash in the left lane. Eastbound Adams Tollway really jammed from 59 to Meacham. Delays on the inbound Edens from Niles Center to the junction. 24 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 19. The Kennedy is 25 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 31. The Eisenhower, 42 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 39. Stevenson now 47 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Bryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 30 minutes, I-80 to the merge. Bishop 423, traffic service, City, Chicago, and Cook County. Suspicious activity can be found anywhere. Help keep our community safe. Call 855-RPRT-2S4. You see something, say something. From the Chicago Office of Emergency Management Communications and the Cook County Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, and your official Chicagoland weather forecast. It's a service of Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution providers. Sunny and 62 today. Partly cloudy and 48 overnight. It's getting chilly. 43 right now at O'Hare. It is 36 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Aging Info Radio. Heard Sunday mornings at 9, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, so kind of the post-mortem on the debate last night is, Hillary was the most polished. She was, the tallest midget on stage. But all
didn't step in it.
But all the enthusiasm is still with Bernie Sanders. Kind of that radical left grassroots is still with Bernie Sanders. So he sticks around, even though, barring an arrest, Hillary Clinton probably the nominee, unless Vice President Joe Biden gets in the race, a decision that is imminent. And so the question is, will Hillary's debate performance last night impact Joe Biden's decision as to whether or not to get into this race? We'll put that question to Joe Trippi. Joe Trippi is a longtime Democrat operative, Howard Dean's campaign, Jerry Brown's 2010 gubernatorial campaign, and now he's a Fox News contributor as well. Joe, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good to be with you guys.
So what do you think? Does Hillary's performance last night have any impact on the decision Joe Biden is going to make?
Well, it certainly wouldn't be encouraging. I mean, she was, I think, much stronger than people thought. And again, if you're looking at the race from his point of view, he comes in third place. He is the sitting vice president of the United States. I know he hasn't announced yet, but he's well known by everybody. And sort of where he sits in the polls, it'd be a long haul to get past her, particularly if she continues to have performances like last night.
But he does have an argument to make, and this was a Fox News poll that came out yesterday, not so much in the Democrat primary, but he's got an argument to make to Democratic primary voters that, hey, I'm the guy who can beat the Republicans, where Hillary trails. I mean, she trails Ben Carson by 11 right now, and I know it's early, but still, it's in terms of the political positioning for Trump. She trails Carson by 11, Trump by 5, Jeb by 4, and Biden leads Trump by 13, leads Jeb by 5, leads Fiorina and Carson by 4. Is that an argument he could make that maybe Democrat primary voters would find compelling?
Well, he could definitely make that argument. And look, he is, in my estimation, the only Democrat who isn't in the race, who could get into the race and actually challenge Hillary Clinton, give her a run for her money, be somebody who might take the nomination away from her. There's no one else in the race right now. Bernie Sanders, that's just not going to happen. The problem with those numbers, though, is that Joe Biden hasn't had the daylights beat out of him for 5 straight months, and he will. I mean, in other words, those numbers are Hillary Clinton getting in, and a lot of them, a lot of this is her own doing. I certainly would agree with that. But for 5 months, she's been beat up. Joe Biden gets in. Every gaffe he's ever made will be, the GOP will be banging away at it, as will Hillary and Democrats. And after 5 months, we'll see how he matches up against Ben Carson and Donald Trump and the GOP. I'm not saying he won't be beating them. I'm just saying it probably won't look quite as good as it does when you're at this moment where there's a lot of sympathy for him, a lot of goodwill for him, and frankly, he hasn't been banged up. So I think it's a good argument for him now on why to get in. I just don't think that argument necessarily will hold up over time.
And logistically speaking, I mean, Hillary Clinton, some of Biden's staff members now work for her campaign, and she has 64,000 volunteers, and he's had problems in the past raising campaign contributions. And don't you think he'd have the same problem this time around?
Well, look, he's definitely running out of time, and it's definitely a problem that he hasn't had a financial structure and the staffing put in place. I'm not sure that that's the tougher challenge. I mean, that'll be a tough challenge, but the tougher challenge is, even with him in the race, when he's included in polls, she's getting 49% of Democratic women. He and Bernie split the rest. Obama, when he beat her, got every white progressive out there, plus 80% of African Americans. Well, Bernie is getting most of the white progressives out there and getting almost none of the African Americans. She's getting them. Biden can certainly draw into some of her vote, but how does he put this all together? It's not just the money in the organization. There really is a difficult path to get past her. The more people that are in the race, even if you're the sitting vice president of the United States.
Speaking of the kind of how do you beat Hillary Clinton, whether it's Biden or Sanders, interesting piece in the New Yorker today by Ryan Lizza. How to Beat Hillary Clinton, and it references and publishes a memo that was circulated within the Obama campaign when there were a lot of questions about Obama's ability to catch and, frankly, stand up to Hillary Clinton back in February of 2007. And one of the things that it ultimately boiled down to in terms of what the Obama team did, at least according to this piece in the memo, is identify the real kind of beginning of the end for Hillary, her greatest vulnerability, her character. And it seemed like that was a place that Bernie Sanders in particular chose not to go last night. Was that a mistake?
No, I don't think he's going to get her. Look, she's too well liked in the Democratic Party. She's got her favorables are way above 70, as are his. You're not going to get. She's not going to get the white progressives that are with Bernie by beating the daylights out of him. She's got. I mean, that's not. Once you do that, they like you less. And the same for him with the people that he needs to get from her to get into real contention. So I don't think that would have been helpful for him. I'd also point out that in 2008, Hillary Clinton, all that's true, even if the memo's true, Hillary Clinton beat Barack Obama in the popular vote. She got 17,800,000 votes to his 17,500,000 votes. And again, there's no one in this race who's Barack Obama, who has the skills, the communication, the ability. So when you look at all that, and that a lot of the vote that Barack Obama garnered to beat her were white progressives that Bernie has, but she has the other half of the coalition, blacks and Latinos and women. That it's very, very difficult to see how either Biden or Bernie, with the other one in the race, and we can have Biden one-on-one, or Bernie can't get there one-on-one. He has to be leading the Run, Joe, Run campaign and get Joe in and hope he can pull off enough votes off Hillary to pull her in the range so Bernie can get by her. Otherwise, he has no chance.
Well, why can't Sanders break through the minority firewall that Hillary has with his income redistributionist rhetoric?
I haven't. Well, I think two reasons. One is Hillary's very strong standing in those communities. I think the only person that could have taken votes away from her there was Barack Obama, because he was going to be the first African-American president. That's not Bernie Sanders, and her strength is still so very strong there against him. And the second thing is, I actually think there's something about him, and I don't know what it is, personality, maybe it's the old white guy. I don't know what it is, but there's something that stops people, that seems to make it tough for him to reach into those communities. He just doesn't seem to connect there.
Yeah, he has no compassion, or he's crass. There's something about him. I know what you're saying.
Maybe it's because he believes you can run the entire U.S. economy on Vermont syrup.
Yes, no. Well, I mean, look, he's, like I said, he's got huge favorables. I think I like him, but so I'm not against him, but there is just something that's holding him back. He's energized white progressives. I mean, much more than I ever thought possible. But then he doesn't seem to ignite anybody else or be able to broaden out beyond that. Certainly not to blue collar Catholic Democrats in Pennsylvania. I mean, certainly not yet into the African American or Latino community. So unless he can do that at some point, he can't get there. There just aren't enough white progressives, even in the Democratic Party, to win a nomination.
He is Joe Trippi, founder and president of his consulting company. You can go to trippi.co for more information there. Longtime Democrat operative and Fox News Channel contributor. Joe Trippi, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Dan and Amy.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Chuck Graham, state senator's here. Chuck, stand up, Chuck. Let him see you. Oh, God love you. What am I talking about?
The Taoiseach knows a lot about it. His mom, God rest her soul, and although your mom's still alive as your dad passed.
Wayne State University or any college in America.
right state.
If we do everything right, there's still a 30% chance we're going to get it wrong. When the stock market crashed, Franklin Roosevelt got on television. You cannot go to a 7-Eleven or a Dunkin' Donuts unless you have a slight Indian accent.
I'm proud to be President of the United States, but I am prouder to be Barack Obama.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, watch out. Little children, don't mess with your ants. We'll explain, but first, here's your forecast. It's going to be mostly sunny today, a high of 62 degrees. Then tomorrow, increasingly windy with clouds breaking for some sunshine by the afternoon, a high of 65. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. There's long travel times right now on the CTA Orange Line. Inbound trains are stopped near Pulaski due to a door problem on a train. Northbound 83 has delays from 75th Street to before Chicago Avenue and Hinsdale has crashed there in the left lane. Edens Expressway inbound 27 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose. Outbound 32 with a crash at Toohey on the left shoulder. The Kennedy is 25 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 37. The Eisenhower, 56 minutes, Thorndale to the post office, outbound 41. The Stevenson, 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Bryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eastbound Adams Tollway, stop and go 59 to Meacham and Elmhurst Road to Lee. Reagan Tollway, heavy 31 to Farnsworth with a crash on the right shoulder. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Now it's time for the Lou Dobbs Financial Report, brought to you by the Mutual Fund Store.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Earnings and a number of economic reports influencing global markets today. Investors also watching crude oil prices. Those stories next.
If you've ever spent a night on really luxurious bedding, you know how amazing you feel the next day. But with department stores and their 800% markups, you'd have to pay a fortune to afford them. Not if you buy sheets from Boll & Branch. Boll & Branch linens are made from the finest organic cotton in the world, and you won't believe how soft they are. Everyone falls in love with them, even 3 U.S. presidents. And the obscene department store markups? Boll & Branch cuts out that nonsense by only selling online at bollandbranch.com. You get high-end $1,000 luxury linens for just a couple $100. They're so confident that you'll love Boll & Branch sheets, you can try them risk-free for 30 nights. And it gets better. If you order right now, they'll give you $50 off a set of sheets, plus free shipping. Just go to bollandbranch.com and use the promo code MEDVED. That's right. Get $50 towards a sheet set by going right now to bollandbranch.com. Use the promo code MEDVED.
A lot of information for investors to digest today as they try to bounce back from yesterday's losses on Wall Street. Wall Street reacting to earnings from CSX, Delta Airlines, Intel, JP Morgan Chase, and Wells Fargo. Chase stock lower in extended trading after missing its earnings and revenue targets. Intel topping Wall Street expectations. SanDisk jumping double digits in extended trading on reports it may put itself up for sale. Investors also considering reports on wholesale inflation, retail sales, and the Fed's Beige Book report on the economy. Readings on the Chinese and European economies will also influence investors, and the crude oil market in focus ahead of the Energy Department's weekly report on crude oil inventories. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight on the Fox Business Network, 7 and 11 Eastern. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
My brother Chris is allergic to talking about retirement. Bring up his future and you'll get glazed eyes and awkward answers. Don't believe me? Let's try it. Chris, when will you retire?
Ha! You darn right I like nachos.
See what I mean? Chris, do you have a retirement account?
It's gotta be the right kind of cheese.
One last time. Are you ever going to retire?
And don't forget jalapenos. I love jalapenos.
Good for you, buddy.
Avoiding the retirement conversation? At the Mutual Fund Store, we get it, and our advisors are here to help. Whether you're storing 401k statements in a shoebox, can't tell a traditional from a Roth IRA, or include piggy bank as one of your retirement accounts, there are no judgments here. We'll simply sit down with you one-on-one, talk about where you're at, and help you put a plan in place to get you where you want to be tomorrow. Let's get the conversation started today with a free consultation.
Hi, I'm Steve Check with the Mutual Fund Store in Chicagoland. Call me at 888-498-3636 or visit mutualfundstore.com and let's talk about your financial goals today.
Missing teeth can cause embarrassing gaps in your smile. They can even cause problems with chewing or talking. You probably feel self-conscious, and maybe you've been considering dental implants for a while, but you have concerns. Don't let fear stand in your way to gaining your beautiful smile back. Dr. Joel Akrush and his caring team at Artistic Dentistry understands that most people don't like to go to the dentist. For the last 23 years, Dr. Akrush has helped ease the concerns of more than 11,000 satisfied patients. He focuses on creating custom dental implants that look just like your natural teeth. The entire procedure is completed at one location with one doctor. Artistic Dentistry uses a state-of-the-art CBCT scan, which allows Dr. Akrush to customize your smile with precision planning, allowing for immediate use and quick healing. Get the smile you've always wanted. Call Artistic Dentistry now at 708-301-6060 or log on to donewithdentures.com. That's donewithdentures.com. Artistic Dentistry, serving the south and southwest suburbs for more than 23 years.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan, you're an uncle, right? You have a niece and a nephew?
I have two nephews.
When you see them, do you run and grab them and give them big hugs?
No, I shake their hand.
Oh, my God. Well, in New York, a woman, and her name is Auntie Jean. Her real name, is Jean, but her nephew calls her Auntie Jean. He loves his Aunt Jean. A few years ago, she was at his birthday party. He was turning 8 years old, and she went into the party, and he was just celebrating, he just got a new two-wheeler for his birthday, and he saw her, and he jumped up in the air. He's like, Auntie Jean.
Auntie Jen.
Auntie Jen, and he jumped into the air, and he grabbed her, and apparently he did some damage, and he broke her arm. And she's so upset that this is unprecedented. She's taking her 8-year-old nephew to court to hold him accountable for his actions.
He leapt into her arms. She fell on the ground. She broke her wrist. This is 4 years ago. She's seeking $127,000 from her nephew, who she described as always being very loving and sensitive towards her.
Well, not anymore. When he was in court Friday, he's now 12 years old, but he appeared confused. And when he was in the hot seat and he sat with his father, his mother died last year. So this is a kid who's emotionally distraught over the death of his mother and now being sued by his aunt, monster. But in court, this woman is so out of touch. She complained that she's having a hard time, Dan, because physically it's hard for her to walk up to her third floor flat in Manhattan, and it's affected her social life. She told the judge, I was at a party recently, and it was difficult to hold hors d'oeuvres, the hors d'oeuvre plate.
The judge should dismiss this case and also level Rule 11 sanctions against the plaintiff's attorney who brought it.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, if you need to sell your home in Chicagoland, Sean Hannity here with some very important facts that you need to know. 40% of homes hitting the market in Chicago are not selling. Now, those are horrible odds. That's exactly why you need to call Saul Z and the Z team at Keller Williams, based right here in Chicagoland. Saul sells a home on average every 24 hours and attracts hundreds of buyers every month locally, nationally, and internationally. Recently, the Wall Street Journal ranked Saul's team in the top 110 teams out of 1.2 million agents in the U.S. Saul Z guarantees to sell your home in 29 days at a price and deadline that you agreed to, or he will buy your home or he'll sell it for free. Plus, working with Saul is also risk-free. After 24 hours, if he's not doing his job, you can walk away free and clear. Don't worry, you won't. Just call the agent I would call if I needed to sell my home and lived in Chicagoland. Call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666. Or go online at callsaul.net. That's callsaul.net.
With the change of season and the cooler weather comes many things added to your to-do list. Watch football, rake leaves, consume more cider donuts than needed, clean the gutters, make sure the furnace is ready for the Chicago cold. But there is one key item missing from your to-do list: scheduling your garage door and opener checkup. That's right, every other part of your home gets the care and attention that is required for proper performance, but your garage door is taken for granted. Before it's too late and you find yourself with a garage door that forgets how to open and close, schedule your garage door and opener checkup with House of Doors, 708-485-5000. That's 708-485-5000. Or online at houseofdoorsinc.com. Think about how much you rely on your garage door. Now is the time. Take care of it with House of Doors Garage Door Checkup, 708-485-5000. Online at houseofdoorsinc.com, where quality starts right at the door with an A rating from Angie's List.
This is Sam Gilberto, president of American Embroidery and Screen Printing and American Marketing Products. We specialize in putting your logo on just about anything. Our focus is entirely on you, our customer. We want every customer experience to be outstanding. American Embroidery and Screen Printing is a brick and mortar business located in Glendale Heights. Our equipment and manufacturing processes are state of the art, so are the people who work here. With over 40 years experience, we have the capability, capacity, and know-how to get your job done right and on time. I want to earn your business, so for a limited time, we're offering free artwork on embroidery and screen printing orders for all new customers. Let us help you gear up for that big trade show, provide shirts or jackets for all your employees, students, or church members, or simply provide you with giveaway items such as coffee mugs, pens, or hats. Whatever it is, you can trust an American to take care of it. It's easy to contact us. TrustAnAmerican.com. That's TrustAnAmerican.com, or call at 630-766-2825.
Longing for Denmark and other curious statements from the Dem debate. We'll discuss them with Juan Williams, Fox News political analyst at 7:07.
But first, here's Mike Scott.
Here are the stories we're watching right now. The Cubs advance. Barbara Bird Bennett pleads guilty. And the Bulls likely Derek Roseless for a while. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. He says he's a socialist Democrat who would fix a rigged economy as president.
57% of all new income is going to the top 1%.
Bernie Sanders tried to steal the spotlight from Hillary Clinton last night in Las Vegas, where Fox News Radio's John Decker is live.
The first Democratic debate on CNN on Westwood One News featured Hillary Clinton in a starring role as she defended her vote to authorize the war in Iraq, her reset with Russia, and her recent flip-flop on the just concluded Pacific trade deal.
Everybody on this stage has changed a position or two. We've been around a cumulative quite some period of time.
Surprisingly, Clinton got a helping hand from her chief rival, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, on Clinton's use of a private email server.
The secretary is right. And that is that the American people are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails.
Thank you. Me too. Me too.
Former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley is getting some positive reviews for his performance, but Jim Webb and Lincoln Chafee were largely irrelevant. Dave?
John Donald Trump tweeted during the debate, calling it sad, as one of his Republican rivals catches him. Ben Carson just 1 point back in a new Fox poll.
Support for Carson has nearly doubled in the last 2 months. In addition, he is seen by voters as being more ethical than others.
Fox polling director Dana Blanton. Israel's military is taking action after days of deadly Palestinian attacks. Fox News Radio's Jessica Gallagher live in Jerusalem.
Dave, troops have been deployed in an attempt to thwart an uptick in violence. It's the first implementation of measures by the Israeli Security Cabinet to counter attacks by Palestinians that have killed at least 6 Israelis. Some 27 Palestinians have been killed in fighting with Israeli forces. Police here are also setting up checkpoints in Arab neighborhoods. Dave?
This is Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Mostly clear skies, 46 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. Cubs move on to the NLCS for the first time since 2003. The Northsiders advance, beating the Cardinals 6-4 in Game 4 of the NLDS at Wrigley. Cubs president of baseball operations, Theo Epstein, says they're not getting ahead of themselves.
Nothing's promised in baseball or in life. We're excited about all the tomorrows, but we have to go earn it. And the only thing we're promised is a date Saturday, either in New York or LA, and we're looking forward to that.
They will face the Mets or the Dodgers in Game 1 of the NLCS this Saturday. Former Chicago Public Schools CEO Barbara Bird Bennett looking at prison time after pleading guilty to corruption charges for her role in a suspected bribery scheme. Meantime, Chicago Public Schools CEO Forrest Claypool says he's taken steps to prevent the kind of contracting kickbacks to which his predecessor, Barbara Bird Bennett, has now admitted. A guilty plea by Bird Bennett to that kickback scheme is impacting U.S. Senate candidate Andrea Zopp. Zopp was a member of the school board that approved that no-bid deal for training services with Bird Bennett's former employers. A Central Illinois man held in the 1985 stabbing death of a teen who'd left her suburban Chicago home to buy candy has pleaded not guilty to murder charges. The family of Christy Wesselman was watching as 62-year-old Michael Jones of Champaign entered his plea. In the murder of the 15-year-old, Jones was linked to the crime through a DNA sample given after pleading guilty this summer to aggravated domestic battery in Champaign County. Air traffic controllers say a chronic shortage of controllers has reached a crisis here in Chicago that will lead to widespread flight delays if left unchecked. The FAA has failed to meet its hiring goals for controllers now for 5 consecutive years. The Chicago facility has 70 fully certified controllers, 30% short, 27 are eligible for retirement. Chicago sports, told you about the Cubs and Cards. There's NBA basketball on tap in the preseason. Right now, it's unclear if Derrick Rose will suit up until the regular season as the Pistons and the Bulls meet in the preseason tonight, and the Blackhawks take on the Islanders. The Blackhawks take on Philadelphia after sweeping a home-and-home set with the Islanders. The news service of UPSJobs.com, seeking part-time package handlers throughout Chicagoland, especially Northbrook, Palatine, Franklin Park, and Bedford Park. Package handlers can graduate debt-free with up to $25,000 in education assistance. Apply now at upsjobs.com/radio. Get there with UPS. Check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
The FICO score is not really even a good indication that you pay your debts back.
Dave Ramsey.
What it's an indication of is, do you love debt? And are you planning on staying in debt continually, forever? If you're running around trying to build your FICO score and you call that winning with money, you're stupid. Was I unclear? I hope not. Because you're not winning with money. That's the point.
It's the Dave Ramsey Show, tonight at 7 on AM 560. The Answer.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, I will make economic empowerment a priority.
Paid for by Willie Wilson 2016.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
Babylon is on the rise. Every day our culture moves away from absolute truth, becoming a godless culture. Christians must be prepared to live out their faith. In Dr. David Jeremiah's book, Agents of Babylon, you will get an in-depth revelation of the characters and prophecies in the book of Daniel. Learn how to be like Daniel as Babylon is on the rise. Get your copy of Agents of Babylon in bookstores. Learn more at agentsofbabylon.com.
7:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Let's get the latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The CTA has some delays on the Orange Line after a door problem on a train near Pulaski. Downers Grove, Maple is closed at Belmont. There's a crash at that intersection. Eastbound I-80 heavy approaching the Des Plaines River Bridge. The crash in the right lane. Edens is 27 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Kennedy, 37 minutes O'Hare to downtown, outbound 51. The Eisenhower, now 56 minutes Thorndale to the post office, outbound 41. Stevenson, 50 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow 115th to 87th. From the Stevenson to the Hinsdale Oasis and from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Eastbound Adams Tollway jammed, Bartlett to Meacham and Elmhurst to Lee. Reagan Tollway slow 31 to Farnsworth. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solution provider. Here's meteorologist Kevin Snyder.
Today, mostly sunny, high 62. Then tonight, becoming partly cloudy with a low 48. Tomorrow, increasingly windy with clouds breaking for some sunshine, high of 65. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
43 at O'Hare, 49 along the lake, 36 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Advanced Planning Advisors, bringing you Smart Money Talk with Mike Moylan and Rob Curvin, Saturday mornings at 6.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
And I think we should look to countries like Denmark, like Sweden.
But we are not Denmark. I love Denmark. We're the United States of America.
Now it's Baez in the right field, way back. Javier Baez, a 3-run home run.
matter because Cubs are number one. We're going to the World Series, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, I don't know if there was more yelling at Wrigley yesterday or during the Democrat debate, but that's just because most of the candidates are hard of hearing, I think. Bernie Sanders rallied to the defense of Hillary on the emails, saying this.
But tonight, I want to talk not about my emails, but about what the American people want from the next president of the United States.
That the American people are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yay. Yeah.
Let's all love each other. I
mean,
let's
just arrest her already. We don't have to talk about it anymore. Let's just arrest Hillary. We could get this over with.
I mean, it was such the bromance up there. I mean, it was civil. And then she reached across and she physically grabbed him like, thanks, Bernie Sanders, for defending me.
It was taking time away from Bernie Sanders mowing millionaires and billionaires. And then Hillary, on the question of which enemies are you most proud to have? Hillary Clinton said this.
Which enemy are you most proud of?
In addition to the NRA, the health insurance companies, the drug companies, the Iranians, probably the Republicans.
Yeah. Republicans. I wonder if that's smart politics if you're going to be a general election candidate. And we'll put that question to our friend Juan Williams, Fox News political analyst who joins us now. Juan, thanks for joining us.
Dan and Amy, good to be with you.
So what do you think about Hillary? She's proud to have Republicans as her enemies number one.
Well, you know what? Remember, she's running in the Democratic primary.
Sort of.
Sort of. Well, she's winning. I tell you, she had a great night last night. There's just no getting away from that. I know it's not making you guys happy, but
no.
I mean, I think the record will show that given all the turmoil around her campaign coming into this and the fears of Joe Biden getting in, she came out head and shoulders above the people on the stage with her, and I think Joe Biden is going to have to reassess because after last night, it's just not going to be the call for him to get in.
Yeah, no, I think she won hands down. I mean, she was poised. She seemed assertive. But did she succeed in defending her record?
Well, yeah, I think, for example, on the emails, because I think that's the big issue right now for Republicans is, Hillary Clinton and her emails. By the way, I think the foundation may be the bigger scandal. But anyway, on the emails, clearly she diffused the issue with people who are in her party. And when you look at the polls, people in her party really don't care about it, which is why Bernie Sanders did what he did. He was trying to win points by saying, I'm not picking up the Republican cudgel to hit Hillary Clinton here. And that's when you got that huge explosion of applause.
Yeah, but that's an echo chamber they were in front of. Juan,
that's the point. That's who's voting in the Democratic primary.
Well, but wait a second. In your own piece in the Wall Street Journal, which was a good piece, by the way, I recommend it for reading. We talked about it briefly yesterday, where you talk about, look, Hillary's numbers are very bad except among minority Democrat primary voters, African Americans and Hispanics. So there potentially is some ground to be gained because there are a lot of self-identified Democrat primary voters who don't find her trustworthy.
Well, yeah, but the big loss, in fact, Dan, I would say, is among women and specifically white suburban Democratic women and independent women voters. So, yes, there is some ground to be gained. You're exactly right. But the thing is that even with those people in question, it's still, I don't think there's any poll that shows that nationwide Hillary Clinton is anything but 10-plus points ahead of the field that you saw on the stage last night in Las Vegas.
Yeah, but the field we saw on the stage last night, I mean, her main contender, the other three were like extras. I mean, Lincoln Chafee performed like a block of granite. So Hillary Clinton is up against a guy who Anderson Cooper, at the funniest moment of the night that hasn't been reported very much, is let's see, Bernie Sanders, you honeymooned in Moscow and you camped with the Sandinistas and you wrote folk songs to honor Fidel Castro. How can you win a Democrat primary any election in this country? And then Bernie Sanders went on with his Democrat socialist rap. But I mean, the field that she's facing is not the general election contest she's going to face.
Now, Dan, I can't believe this. So did you, after yesterday's ball game, did you say, well, look, those Cardinals, I didn't see Stan Musial out there.
That's right.
I didn't see, Bob Gibson pitching. Who are these guys? Who are these guys the Cubs beat. I don't think you said that. Did you say that?
Oh, I mean, come on. Did you say in 2012 Mitt Romney and these dwarfs that are running with him? Didn't you say that? I mean, how strong was the Republican field in your estimation in 2012? You're telling me this is a strong field that she's facing? Those four?
No, but I'm saying those are the people on the field. That's who we have to measure her against. That's who's, those are the entries in the race.
Yeah, but she was
clearly was the best of the field last night.
Well, I agree with that, but she's focusing on Bernie Sanders when she should be focusing on the general election, don't you think?
Well, remember, Bernie's been making gains. I mean, certainly on your show, you guys have been saying this is surprising. Hillary's showing surprising weakness to a guy who's a socialist, Bernie Sanders. What happens if Biden gets in, et cetera, in the email scandal? Right. And then all of a sudden, here she is this morning as the sun rises, looking better than ever.
Yeah, but you mentioned earlier that white suburban women that are Democrats are voting for and supporting Bernie Sanders. Why do you think that is?
Well, no, I didn't say they were supporting Bernie, but they were clearly moving away from Hillary, especially, Amy, on the question of trustworthiness, right? I think that's very clear, that the email narrative had hurt her with people who said, well, she may be the person I have to vote for, but I don't feel comfortable with her. I don't think that she's trustworthy, and that had portent to hurt her badly in a general election, or if people move towards, let's say, the person who should be the natural alternative to Hillary Clinton, Martin O'Malley. But that guy's gained no traction, and I think you talk about a block of cement, Dan. He did not have a good night last night.
No, I mean, I thought, as I said earlier in the show, I thought that Hillary Clinton was inauthentic until I heard Marty O'Malley start to talk. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Telling us a story about the peaceful paradise that is the city of Baltimore. That was fun. But let me ask you a question going back to Hillary and one of the issues that was actually touted by a number of the candidates during the debate, domestic issue, the cost of college education. And everybody wants to make college free, meaning somebody else to pay for it. You're somebody who is a strong education reform proponent. This is one of the areas where we have common ground, K through 12 reform. Look, they want the federal government involved in every other aspect of our life, so why not K through 12 education? It doesn't matter if you're going to get a free college if you're not getting a good K through 12 education, and that's the case in, frankly, the preponderance of our major urban centers in this country. Why no discussion about K through 12?
And I'm going to tell you, I'm really shocked at this because Hillary Clinton was endorsed by NEA, the National Education Association, the biggest teachers union, and they are anti-reform. They're anti-school choice, anti-vouchers. Not only are they've been fighting even the Obama administration on Race to the Top, giving money as an incentive to try to improve and push school reform. So for me, the question would be, Hillary Clinton, so are you now anti-reform? Are you embracing the NEA agenda? I agree with you. I don't see why they don't discuss this issue.
Well, do you think she's changing her political identity based on who she's talking about and talking to? Because Anderson Cooper proposed, had that question for her yesterday saying, you flip-flopped on same-sex marriage, you flip-flopped on TPP, and she did admit that she absorbs new information. Was that the right answer?
Well, sure. But look, I don't think there's any question, Amy. It's political expedience, right? She is trying to make sure that people who are to the left of her are being squeezed, and that's Bernie Sanders. We were talking with Dan a moment ago about who's on the field. It's the socialist. It's the far-left guy. He's the one that's become the alternative, and she's pushing back against him by taking the far-left positions in a Democratic primary. Do I genuinely believe that she's opposed to the trade deal? No. I heard her when she was speaking as Secretary of State. I didn't read her book, but if you look at the excerpts, she says it's a golden opportunity for the United States of America. So all of a sudden, she changed her opinion based on new information. What new information? Give me a break.
We're talking to Juan Williams, our friend Juan Williams, Fox News Channel, political analyst. So, Juan, how embarrassing was this moment to you when you have the designated Latino reporter there to ask two questions on immigration and dope?
Well, that's his problem, not mine.
Well, I understand.
But isn't that embarrassing?
Good grief.
Gosh, I tell you, I think that this is a situation where he should have definitely been asking about immigration. I don't have any question about that. But I didn't understand the dope thing at all. But you're right. It looks like a racial, ghetto in terms of reporting, doesn't it?
Yeah. One other thing, too, in terms of political analysis, I mean, that the concentration of issues is so starkly different between the Republican debate and the Democrat debate. Yesterday, it was big banks and big business, income inequality, climate change. In the Republican debate, it is much more dominated by immigration, national security issues, even job creation. It was more, to me, it was more punitive against a moneyed interest than it was about kind of productive developments for middle-income Americans. Do you see the same contrast, or am I just looking at this through my conservative colored glasses?
No, gosh, no, that was an accurate analysis. I mean, and you see this in the polling. When you ask Republican voters, for example, about the number one issue, they say national security concerns, heavy focus on ISIS and the like. Democrats, it's way down there. Number one for Democrats is job creation, the economy. So you see that bump up to the top, and I think you see that reflected in the two debates. I mean, when you get off into things like the immigration reform, it's interesting. Even among Republicans and even among Tea Party Republicans, they favor some pathway to citizenship, not amnesty. But on the Republican debate stage, you see more harsh opinions expressed, and it's very clear an anti-immigrant, especially illegal immigrant, message comes through.
All right, he is Juan Williams, Fox News political analyst. You can see him regularly on Fox News, sparring with Charles Krauthammer and many others. Juan, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Have a great day, and go Cubs, huh?
Yeah,
Thanks,
very good.
Juan.
Thanks, Juan. Yes.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro Go Cubs call line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Your phone calls next. Winners and losers from last night's Democratic debate. 312-642-5600. Grab a line, and we're going to grab some sunshine today. It's going to be mostly sunny, a high of 62 degrees tonight. Partly cloudy, a low of 48 degrees. And then tomorrow, increasingly windy, but some clouds and some sun. A little bit warmer, a high of 65. Travel times, here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy in Downers Grove, there's a crash with injuries. The intersection of Maple Avenue and Belmont Road is shut down. The Edens is 27 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. The Kennedy, now an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 51 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 7 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 41 minutes. The Stevenson, 50 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 38. Ryan, 20 minutes. 95th to downtown. On Tri-State, now slow from 115th to 31st. From the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Veterans Memorial slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway. Butterfield to Roosevelt from the Army Trail Toll to Lake. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
I slept like a baby last night, all thanks to My Pillow from My Pillow. I can't sleep without it. I take it on vacations with me, take it over to my sister's house. It's the best because it conforms to your neck and back. It helps if you have chronic neck and back pain, if you snore a lot, if you have headaches, allergies. It's washable, and it keeps its shape to give you support where you need it most. It's the official pillow of the National Sleep Foundation. It's American made, and we want to thank all of our listeners who have purchased thousands of My Pillows over the last 18 months and are enjoying your best sleep ever. But again, that still leaves thousands of you who haven't taken advantage of the buy one, get one free offer. What are you waiting for? Do it now. Go to mypillow.com. Type Amy in the promo code. That's AMY. 2 pillows for the price of one. This isn't going to last forever, so do it today. mypillow.com or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201.
Where do more than 2 million people go each day to do their best work? They go to Regis. Regis has beautifully designed tech-powered offices and co-working spaces with full admin support. Let Regis manage the details for you so you can focus on your business. Call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES to get up and running fast, without the hassle. Join the 2 million people who have found a better way to work. And right now, get a free officer meeting room for a day when you call 1-800-OFFICES. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And Contour Next gives you a second chance, allowing you to reapply to the same strip when the first sample is not enough, saving you time and money. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Leader Pharmacy.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I really started it from an advertisement, more for my husband than for me, but I decided we should both take it, and I had gout in both my knees, and it's gone.
Well, that's a wonderful success story.
I know.
He had eczema on his hand, and it cracked for years. He did anything from doctor, every cream, everything. And 3 months on the veggies and fruit, it was gone.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
I know Gloria Vanderbilt's son didn't have a lot of facts at his command. He had to read a wiki entry of Glass-Steagall to tell people what it was, including some of the people on the stage, I presume. But, Bernie Sanders, all this income redistribution, everyone on stage talking about, with maybe the exception of Jim Webb, talking about taxing the rich and sticking it to the rich. They're going to provide all this relief for the middle income families of America, in addition to all of these new programs. Hillary talking about expanding Social Security, despite the fact we're $80 trillion in debt when you include unfunded liabilities. Just a little factoid here for consideration for the left, including Hillary's Kenko caucus. If you confiscated the wealth of every American, all of it, confiscated the wealth of every American making more than $250,000 a year, you could fund the federal government at current spending levels for about 9 months.
That's it?
So there was the question to all of their big government utopian dreams, and as expressed yesterday, should have been, okay, tax the rich, confiscate all the wealth, $250,000 and up. What else you got? You can't finance what we have now, much less what you're talking about in addition to this, which Bernie Sanders, you're talking about another $10 or $20 trillion of money that nobody has. Let's go to Cynthia in Albany Park. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, guys. My number one question would be, do you, Hillary, think you lost the trust of the American people, including our service members, when you fabricated a video story within hours of the Benghazi attack on 9/11 of all days?
Thanks for the call, Cynthia.
I mean, was that even brought up, Benghazi? Because I'll admit, I watched a half hour of it, then I had to turn the Mets-Dodgers game on. I'm sorry. This was too painful.
It was brought up in passing, but nobody wanted to take the bait, so everybody let Hillary off the hook, so she didn't have to really defend herself that much. She could easily pivot back to her, canned babble.
There was no name calling. It was very civil. It was very boring, just as Donald Trump said.
Let's go to Bob. Bob, are you in Marcellus?
Yes, I am.
All right, Bob, you're on.
Hey, as far as the debate last night, and the tax the rich, I've always said that anytime you want to know what liberals are planning, all you have to do is look at what they accuse the Republicans of. In other words, they're going to put the burden on the middle class. They have to. But I did really want to talk to you about the issue you ended with yesterday, which was what I call a ideal example of the liberals' attack on women, their war on women.
Bob, Bob, we got to stick to the debate here. We got to jump, but I appreciate the call, and you're right about them projecting what they're going to do onto Republicans.
Oh, and in case you don't know, Hillary's a woman. She brought that up again last night.
Multiple times. Although it's fair, to her defense, she does have to remind people. John and Waukegan.
Hi, Dan. What the little bit that I heard was more or less warmed over hamster regurgitation. They going to take away the guns, and everything is going to be free, the health care, the education, the whole works.
Yep, thanks for the call,
everything's
John.
going to be free. Spending money we don't have.
Taking away your guns, your money, and your sovereignty, and giving it all to Planned Parenthood.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Michelle DeVal from DeVal Jewelers. Dennis and I want you to know that when you sell your diamonds, gold, silver, platinum, and estate jewelry to us, we will strive to give you the highest cash payment possible.
And all transactions are strictly confidential. There's absolutely no pressure. And like Michelle said, we can pay you 50% more by eliminating the middleman. Why? Because we are direct buyers.
We buy certified diamonds and engagement rings, 1/2 carat and above, broken and used gold jewelry, estate jewelry, gold and silver coins, and more. We really do understand the sentimental value and pledge to be considerate, knowledgeable, and private.
We have been Chicagoland's family jeweler for over 100 years. We take pride in having the perfect jewelry selection for every budget and taste preference.
We're just south of the Kennedy on Harlem Avenue in Harwood Heights. Call us at 708-867-8200. That's 708-867-8200 or visit DAVALLE.com.
DeVal Jewelers, more bling
and less sting.
When flipping houses, there's one golden rule. Cash talks. I'm going to show you how you can easily get $10,000 plus all the cash you'll ever need for free. I'm Andrew Holmes, popular radio show host and founder of Chicago's #1 flipping team. And I've flipped over 600 houses in Chicago right under your nose. And now I'm going to show you how. I'm holding a free seminar right here in the Chicagoland area where I'll give a select few the opportunity to use my funding to flip houses and net up to $40,000 per deal without spending a dime of your own money. You don't need good credit and you don't need any of your own money. If the deal is good, you'll get the funds. The first 100 people to call 844-MONEY40 and register will receive my Blueprint to Real Estate Wealth System for free. All you have to do is find a great deal and pass it on to me and I'll give you $10,000. Time is running out. Seating is very limited. Call 844-MONEY40. That's 844-MONEY40.
AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next.
We'll ask Steve Moore, Chief Economist for the Heritage Foundation, if Bernie Sanders is right, we need a revolution against the rich in this country.
And Stephen Moore, he's going to be happy because he's a huge Cub fan. But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say hello to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Hillary Rodham Clinton already shifting gears after the first debate among presidential hopefuls. She played the role of aggressor at times, barely mentioning her rivals in the first 6 months of her campaign. She and the other top contender, Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, clashing over U.S. involvement in the Middle East and are taking that war of words on the road today. Former Florida Governor Jeb Bush a bit puzzled as to why Democratic presidential candidates did not go after Clinton over the email scandal.
Look, there's an FBI investigation. She hasn't been forthcoming. That's a national security question. Put aside the legalities of this. It's clear that the Russians and the Chinese were trying to hack into her server.
The presidential candidate on Fox and Friends this morning. Turkish officials say 2 are in custody for posting tweets about an attack in Ankara the day before twin explosions killed 97. Those who were killed had ties to a Kurdish rebel group. Growing tension this morning over China's land claims in the South China Sea. Vietnam says China's construction of 2 lighthouses on disputed islands violates Vietnam's sovereignty. Unless it is successful at appeal, a Wisconsin gun store will have to pay nearly $6 million to 2 Milwaukee police officers wounded by a gun bought at that store, Badger Guns. Toyota this morning predicting it will all but be out of the gasoline motor car business by 2050 in favor of hybrids and fuel cell technology. Cubs moving on to the NLCS for the first time since 2003, beating the Cardinals 6-4 in Game 4 at Wrigley Field last night in the National League Division Series. But Cubs president of baseball operations Theo Epstein says they're not getting ahead of themselves.
Nothing's promised in baseball or in life. We're excited about all the tomorrows, but we have to go earn it. And the only thing we're promised is a date Saturday, either in New York or LA, and we're looking forward to that.
They will face either the Mets or the Dodgers in Game 1 of the NLCS on Saturday. Well, maybe this is the end of all the debate. Maybe sitting won't kill you after all. A new study in Britain finds that sitting for long stretches of time will not raise your risk of dying prematurely. British researchers studied health information on more than 5,000 people over 16 years. They found sitting is no worse than standing for people who don't move much anyway. Chicago sports. Last night, Dodgers beat the Mets 3-1, Game 5 in that NLDS, and most of us will be watching. There's NBA hoops on the schedule tonight. Detroit and the Bulls, and in the NHL regular season hockey, the Blackhawks and Philadelphia. The news service of UPSJobs.com, seeking part-time package handlers throughout Chicagoland, especially Northbrook, Palatine, Franklin Park, and Bedford Park. Package handlers can graduate debt-free with up to $25,000 in education assistance. Apply now at UPSJobs.com/radio. Get there with UPS. A check of traffic and weather next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher is tired of the gun control rhetoric.
If Chris had not been able to get a hold of 13 guns, it wouldn't have happened.
Empty rhetoric. And my heart goes out to this father and the mother because their son will forever be known as the monster who killed innocent people. Stop blaming the gun, the inanimate object, for the evilness of the creature.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is a must-have for all busy parents. With just one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer takes your child's temperature quickly and accurately. Available at Walgreens.
Cornerstone National Bank believes trust, service, and relationship is the foundation of a business banking partnership. Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company, where you belong. Visit cornerstonenb.com. Member FDIC.
The following is a paid political announcement.
I'm Willie Wilson, candidate for President of the United States. As President, education will be at the top of my priorities.
Paid for by Willie Wilson, 2016.
In 2015, the Huskies look to defend their Mid-American Conference Championship.
The MAC championship belongs to Northern Illinois.
Led by sophomore quarterback Drew Hare.
Drew Hare is going to keep it. Hare angles left. Hare into the end zone.
Catch all of the action right here on the Husky Sports Network.
Tune in Saturday, October 17th at 1:30 p.m. as the Huskies take on the Miami of Ohio Redhawks. Right here on AM 560, The Answer.
7:36 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens Expressway is running 27 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Actually, the travel time inbound just went up. Delays start at Niles Center. 33 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose. The Kennedy, 55 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound a full hour. The Eisenhower, an hour and 7 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 50 minutes. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36 minutes. The Ryan is 26 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State, slow from 115th to 31st, and from the Cermak Toll to North Avenue, eastbound Adams Tollway. Delays are heavy from Bartlett to Beecham and Elmhurst to Lee. Veterans Memorial, stop and go I-55 to the Reagan Tollway, with some milder delays farther north. Traffic is a service of Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Avoid traffic by riding Metra, CTA, or Pace, and roll comfortably into town for classical music, contemporary dining, or both with the money you'll save. Learn to breathe easy and save easy with Illinois Partners for Clean Air at cleantheair.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Sunny and 62 today. Partly cloudy and 48 overnight. Currently, we have 43 at O'Hare, 49 along the lake. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Turnkey IT, giving you the freedom to focus on your business while they handle the technical stuff. Turnkey IT.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
That music means it's time for our friend Steve Moore, the Sultan of Supply Side Economics. But before we get to Steve Moore, just my own self-indulgence. I mean, he did come all the way from Canada to participate in the debate. I want to provide people with a cautionary tale against 4 generations of inbreeding. This is what it can do. Lincoln Chafee, of course, who I'm talking about, who, what did you say about his bridge work?
Well, we'll talk about that after you play a soundbite. I have a suggestion for him.
Listen to Lincoln Chafee being questioned about, being a Republican, then an independent, then a Democrat, lest you think that he is malleable on policy.
Anderson, you're looking at a block of granite when it comes to the issues.
It seems like pretty soft granite, though. I mean, you've been a Republican, you've been an independent.
Did you hear what I
Democrat.
said?
Well, the block of granite right there between his ears. Look at it.
But it was so painful to watch him because his teeth, I mean, he has summer teeth. Some are here, some are there. And I thought, gosh, if we got Ronnie Woo Woo new teeth, somebody should get him new teeth. I mean, it looks so painful. And I could not stop looking at that the whole time. I mean, he was a mayor, a senator, a governor. He should have enough money to invest in some dental work.
He reminds me of that Pee Wee Herman character the character Pee Wee Herman played on that episode of 30 Rock, where he was like a royalty, but he was the product of generations of inbreeding. And just to accentuate that point, listen to him answer this question about Glass-Steagall.
Governor Chafee, you've attacked Secretary Clinton for being too close to Wall Street banks. In 1999, you voted for the very bill that made banks bigger.
The Glass-Steagall was my very first vote. I just arrived. My dad had died in office. I was appointed to the office. It was my very first vote.
Are you saying you didn't know what you were voting for?
I just arrived at the Senate. I think we'd get some takeovers. And that was one. It was my very first vote, and it was 92.5. It was the reconciliation.
With all due respect,
let me just say,
what does that say about you that you're casting a vote for something you weren't really sure about?
I think you're being a little rough. I just arrived at the United States Senate. I'd been mayor of my city. My dad had died. I'd been appointed by the governor. It was the first vote, and it was 90-5 because it was a conference report.
That vote total keeps going down every time he references it. But look, I mean, voting on something you don't understand, he fit perfectly into the U.S. Senate. Didn't he, Steve Moore, chief economist at the Heritage Foundation?
And Cub fan.
And Cub fan.
Hey, guys, you were supposed to play Hey, Hey, Holy Mackerel. You know?
Yes.
That's my new theme song. Look, I did watch a little, after I celebrated the Cubs' victory last night, I was a little inebriated, and then I watched the only way to watch the Democratic debate. And it was a freak show. It was a freak show. And by the way, Lincoln Chafee is quite a guy. I didn't read it until after I voted for it. You know, that is the modus operandi of
At least he was
Washington.
honest.
Yeah,
he was, he was refreshingly honest. But here was the thing. I started tallying up all the free things the government's going to give you. Free college, free daycare, free marijuana, free this, free that. You know, and it's all going to be paid for by the top 1%. You know, that's going to work. And by the way, if you take every penny of all the millionaires and billionaires, that'll pay for the federal government for about a week. So where are they going to get the rest of the money to pay for this stuff?
Yeah, one of the other things, though, too, Marty O'Malley, scintillating order that he is. What do we want? The reinstatement of Glass-Steagall. When do we want it? At least by the time I make our electric grid green in 2050. The whole attack on big banks. You know, the whole too big to fail, too big to what was it? What's the rhyme? Too big to fail and too big to, I don't know, put them all in jail or something like that. Explain Glass-Steagall, since Anderson Cooper or nobody else knew what they were talking about.
Let's talk about this. The fact is that we are seeing a very dangerous consolidation in the banking industry right now. There's no question about it. The big whale banks like Citi and Wells Fargo and Bank of America are just day after day swallowing up the little community banks, and it's a terrible thing. Now, why is that happening? Why is that? Let's scratch our head and think why that's happening. We know the answer. It wasn't Glass-Steagall. It's the Chris Dodd-Barney Frank bill, the Dodd-Frank bill, which, by the way, everybody on that stage said how wonderful Dodd-Frank was. And what Dodd-Frank does, and this is a good little economics lesson, it makes the cost of doing banking so high. And, you know, every bank has to have multiple compliance officers and so on. The only banks that can afford to do that and have the economies of scale to do it are big banks. And so if you want to get rid of too big to fail, which I do, I hate too big to fail. I hated bailouts out the banks, which all of these people voted for, then get rid of the Dodd-Frank bill. Get rid of all those regulations that are making it impossible to run a community bank. I mean, pretty soon, because of that stupid law, we're going to end up with about 6 mega banks that are all going to be like government-sponsored enterprises.
And then that cost will be passed down on us because there'll be such high rates.
Exactly right. That's exactly right. That you're going to see a continuation of these. You're going to see a continuation of consolidation in the banking industry. It's a perfect example of the law of unintended consequences. But for them to say that they how much they care for the little guy, and I was screaming at the TV. I'm like, wait a minute. The average family in America over the last 7 years has lost $1,500 of income under all of the policies you put in place. And what every one of those Democrats said is, we're going to do more of the same. If you elect me president, I'm going to give you exactly what we've got in the last 7 years. By the way, 2 words that were not mentioned. You guys got my blood boiling this morning. 2 words that were not mentioned in that debate, at least that I could see. I didn't watch the whole thing. Growth. Economic. Did you guys hear them talk about growth at all? No. And debt. The national debt. I don't think it was brought up one time in the whole debate.
Well, Hillary, just sticking with one of the themes last night, which is getting after the big banks, and as you point out, the consolidation that's being fomented by Dodd-Frank. Hillary said, she represented Wall Street when she was in the U.S. Senate, Steve, and she went
to Wall Street. Yeah.
She went to those big bankers and said,
right.
"Hey, guys, cut it out." So,
stop it.
Right, she slapped them on the wrist.
Yeah.
Real hard.
There's financial leadership.
But look, that's right. And here's the point, though. There's going to be a big debate once the Republican meets the Democrat. It looks like I thought actually Hillary, you put her up against that gang of fools, and she actually looked pretty good last night compared to the others on that stage. But this is going to be a big issue of concern. What do we do going forward? And what I've been telling Republicans is they should have a position. Never, ever, ever, ever again will the United States government bail out a private company. No more bailouts. No more. The Democrats should be the party of bailouts, not the Republicans.
Yeah, but the problem is you can't even get Republicans in Congress to agree to eliminate the XM Bank.
I know. That's a big problem, Dan. You and I have talked about this so many times, but the Export-Import Bank is the epicenter of the corporate welfare state, and you got a lot of corporatist Republicans. I don't like them any more than I like corporatist Democrats.
Right, and it kind of cedes the high ground that Republicans could have against statements like Hillary made yesterday when she said that sometimes we have to save capitalism from itself.
Well, I think that's exactly what George Bush said, right?
Yeah.
When he did the TARP bill. And, what we did was undermine capitalism. And look, the Republicans have to be the party, I think, guys, of the small businesses in America. Those are the heartbeat of America. They're the backbone of America, not the big conglomerate banks. I mean, by the way, Hillary, how can she attack Wall Street? She gets more money from Wall Street than all the other Republicans combined.
Yeah, it says something about Wall Street, too, and why Republicans should decouple from Wall Street.
It does.
Also, on the issue, this is another big issue for you. I alluded to it. Marty O'Malley spent some time talking about it. Lincoln Chafee said he was proud to have Big Coal be an enemy of his. Energy and energy independence and clean energy, the clean electric grid that O'Malley is going to conjure up by building windmills between now and 2015. What was your takeaway from Democrats' discussion on energy?
Yeah, I think this is the single best issue one of the single best issues Republicans have against Democrats. The Democrats are completely on the wrong side of the energy story. I was out in North Dakota 3 weeks ago. We are producing so much oil and gas in this country. We have 500 years worth of coal. We have more energy than any other country in the world. And what these lunatics are saying, we shouldn't use it. We're sitting on $2 trillion of oil, gas, and they want to go back to using windmills? I mean, what is this? The Middle Ages? Is this Middle Ages economics?
Is there any solid numbers about how much these windmills are generating, how much power they're generating?
Yeah, I'll give you this statistic. It's a great one. So after spending $150 billion of subsidies over the last 10 years, under Bush, a Republican, and Obama, a Democrat, $150 billion the wind and solar industry. Here is your Jeopardy question for the day. Okay. Do you know what percentage of our energy today comes from wind and solar power?
2%.
Let me get. Say 5.
Yeah. Okay, Dan, you're way behind the times. We're up to 2.8%.
2.8% now. Boy, I apologize.
2.8%.
that's the kind of
where are we going to get the other 95? Let's say we quadruple the amount we get from wind and solar. Okay, we're up to 10%. Where are we going to get the other 90%? You know, I mean, it's crazy. By the way, it doesn't matter whether we use coal at all in this country, because you know what China is doing, India is doing, Mexico is doing, Germany is doing, Indonesia is doing. Every country in the world is building coal-fired plants faster than we can shut them down here in the United States.
And that's actually a point that Senator Jim Webb made, not to the applause of those in attendance, but it was a legitimate point. That's the kind of a return on investment, by the way, that President Obama got with training those moderate Syrian rebels. Steve Moore, he's the chief economist at the Heritage Foundation.
Hey, can you guys get me tickets to the?
I knew you were going to ask that.
Yeah, no way.
Stand in line.
Yeah. Wait a second.
Wait, standing room only will probably be about $500.
I've been doing this radio show for 2 years. I want my compensation. I want tickets to the playoffs.
He's just pulling a
No,
leg.
you know
He's a
what?
big shot. He'll have tickets.
No, take him to a rooftop, Dan.
Yeah. Well,
your friends.
Well, if they're still in the playoffs on Wednesday, October 28th, when Steve Moore comes to Chicago, Steve Moore, Wednesday, October 28th. I just got this in the mail. He'll be at the Chicago Club. He's doing a lecture sponsored.
Game afterwards.
Yeah, sponsored by the America's Future Foundation. So you can go to America's Future Foundation and come see Steve Moore live and in person October 28th in Chicago. Steve, thanks as always for joining us.
I'll be wearing Cubs hat. See ya.
See ya.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You've made the switch, and it feels so good. You've switched to Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If we make it to the World Series, Game 4 will be here on the 31st on Halloween, so maybe, just maybe, you can have your little brocation with Stephen Moore and take him to a Cubs game.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Here's your forecast today. Plenty of sunshine. A high of 62 degrees. And tomorrow it's going to be windy around here. Some clouds breaking for some sunshine by the afternoon. A little bit warmer. A high of 65. Let's get the travel times and see how that crash is going in Downers Grove. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. Maple Avenue remains shut down between Belmont Road and Lee Avenue due to that crash with injuries. The Edens is 33 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 27. The Kennedy 55 minutes. O'Hare to downtown 28 from Montrose, 20 in the Express outbound, an hour downtown to the airport. The Eisenhower, an hour and 11 minutes. Thorndale to the post office outbound, an hour and 3 minutes. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound just 36 minutes. The Ryan, 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive, southbound, slow going. Bryn Mawr to Belmont with a crash in the left lane. Northbound, delays are 31st to Jackson. Tollway's pretty heavy, too. I'm Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
I know you want to work with a Chicagoland real estate agent with qualified buyers who can guarantee to sell your home. That's why you should call Saul Z and the Z team. The average agent sells 8 homes a year. As a top agent with great marketing, Saul averages over 300. If 29 days pass without a sale on your listing, Saul will buy it. And working with Saul won't obligate you to anything, because if you aren't happy, you just cancel the contract. For example, Jason had his Hinsdale home on the market for 10 months with another agent. He switched the listing to Saul, and in a very short time, the home sold for $806,000, a full $37,000 above the original list price. That's why the Wall Street Journal ranks Saul among the top 250 agents in the country. I know I'll be calling Saul when I'm ready to sell or buy a home, so go to callsaul.net. That's callsaul, SAUL.net, to find out what your home's worth, or call Saul directly at 888-346-0666. That's 888-346-0666, and start packing.
With the change of season and the cooler weather comes many things added to your to-do list. Watch football, rake leaves, consume more cider donuts than needed, clean the gutters, make sure the furnace is ready for the Chicago cold. But there is one key item missing from your to-do list: scheduling your garage door and opener checkup. That's right, every other part of your home gets the care and attention that is required for proper performance, but your garage door is taken for granted. Before it's too late and you find yourself with a garage door that forgets how to open and close, schedule your garage door and opener checkup with House of Doors, 708-485-5000. That's 708-485-5000. Or online at houseofdoorsinc.com. Think about how much you rely on your garage door. Now is the time. Take care of it with House of Doors Garage Door Checkup, 708-485-5000. Online at houseofdoorsinc.com, where quality starts right at the door, with an A rating from Angie's List.
This is Dan Proft with an Upstream Idea, brought to you in part by the Illinois Policy Institute. In the brave new world of big data, sometimes we forget that politics is about people's lives. When we forget this fundamental truth, people without political clout get hurt. and all of us suffer a loss of dignity in the process. And so the number for your consideration in this installment of Illinois by the Numbers is 47. 47th is where Illinois ranks nationally in the provision of services to persons with developmental disabilities. Providing or not providing for those who need state support through no fault of their own is a mirror that reflects our humanity, our moral health. The result is families who have a family member with a developmental disability have fled Illinois, just as entrepreneurs have, to live in, well, more civilized states. This is happening on our watch. As an Illinois resident, this is happening on my watch. We are all culpable, and now none of us can any longer pretend not to know. For more ideas like this, visit upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. I'm Dan Proft.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy. So Governor Rauner made some news yesterday proposing to sell the Thompson Center, get rid of it, get it back on the property tax rolls, not do some kind of silly scheme like Blagojevich had proposed to do a sale and lease back, but get rid of that monstrosity altogether.
Well, it's a bunch of wasted space. I mean, the open air atrium, you think of how many offices and how much money you could be producing on an hourly basis if they just knocked the whole thing down and rebuilt a skyscraper.
Yeah, with apologies to Helmut Jahn, who's a great architect, the place is a dump. I worked there a couple different stints when I worked in state government.
What was it like working there?
You're in a big echo chamber. Governor Rauner's right about the cost of heat and cool. It's just a mess. And every day there's like some group or assembly that comes there, like bands and so on, and it just reverberates through the entire
So what you're saying is it's hard to concentrate. Well, a lot of distractions.
And the other problem, and this is good news for state workers, because it is circular, right? You can see, depending on different angles and different floors, you can see up and down multiple floors. So you can see all of the state workers playing solitaire on their computers. And so, I mean, if their office somewhere else, then maybe they can have more privacy and they could play solitaire in privacy, so they don't have to worry about people saying, "Well, why is half of the state government employees in this building, why are they all playing solitaire?" So it's not only good economics to get rid of it; it's also compassionate to state workers.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you in foreclosure, behind in the mortgage, underwater with a mortgage? Well, you'd be not alone. In fact, there's 20 million other American families in the same boat as you. And this came about not because these families decided to commit bank fraud, because they were the victims of fraud by the Wall Street investment bankers and the banks that now service the mortgages. But there are some things you do. My partner, I'm Lou Bridges, my partner Scott O and I have put together a team of people to help people like you. We apply for modifications, we defend a foreclosure, we apply a restructuring, we explore a short sale, and investors who may buy the home and lease it back to you. But whatever your objectives are, you need to have a competent legal counsel. But whatever you do, people, never give up the land. Fight for truth and justice. You do that, and I guarantee you will never be alone. Call us for a free consultation.
Call 224-513-1231 or visit FightIllinoisForeclosures.com. That's 224-513-1231 or FightIllinoisForeclosures.com.
Oh, do you ever wake up in the morning and say, "Gosh darn it, I wish this bag under my eye would just go away"? Well, if that sounds like you every day, you are not alone. Bags and puffiness under the eyes are a problem for millions of American men. That's right, you men out there, and women. Until now, introducing the new Genucell serum with plant stem cell technology from Chamonix. They take the plant stem cell from a Swiss apple. I've used it for 3 months now. I love it. My sister, she looks amazing. The wrinkles, crow's feet under her eyes are gone. Sorry, sis. But keep using it. And with its instant effects, you'll see results in the first 12 hours or your money back. They guarantee it. So call now and save big on Genucell's risk-free introductory offer. Call 800-525-8323. That's 800-525-8323. Call now and you'll get the amazing Esotique face cream as a special gift simply by placing your order. That number again, 800-525-8323, 800-525-8323.
And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
True love is selfless, we commonly hear, but philosopher and novelist Ayn Rand rejected that idea. A selfless love is a contradiction in terms. It would mean that you have no personal stake in the relationship. Instead, romantic love is profoundly selfish. It's a union of mind and body that both people pursue for their own happiness. Ayn Rand wrote that only a rational, selfish man, a man of self-esteem, is capable of love. That's because we love what we personally value, and love is profoundly demanding. To quote a famous line from Ayn Rand's novel The Fountainhead, to say I love you, one must first know how to say the I. You can learn more about Ayn Rand's thought-provoking perspective on love, sex, and human relationships at ARIradio.com. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ARIradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Life should be an adventure, and so should your health. It's another can't-miss Health Quest radio show this Saturday morning. Dr. David Kolbaba.
You're eating too much food. You get it? We're eating too much food, and whether eating too much food causes kidney stones or diabetes or obesity, it don't matter. We're eating about 75% too much food because you're not moving your body. If you moved your body more, you could eat more, but you're not, so don't.
Create your adventure in health. Tune into Health Quest Radio every Saturday morning at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, how a conservative family saved your Chicago Cubs. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
Here are the stories we're watching today. Governor Rauner planning to sell the Thompson Center, and Anita Alvarez announces a re-election bid. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. Who won?
I think Bernie Sanders did a great job last night.
I thought Hillary did a really strong job.
Many Democrats are praising both after the first Democratic debate in Las Vegas, where Fox News Radio's John Decker's live.
Hillary Clinton was poised and aggressive at times as she went after Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders on his position on gun control. In the CNN debate on Westwood One News, she also defended her very public reset with Russia when she served as Secretary of State.
There's no doubt that when Putin came back in and said he was going to be president, that did change the relationship.
Sanders held his own, faring quite well in numerous public snap polls. He also reiterated that even though he's a self-described socialist, he's not a pacifist.
I supported President Clinton's effort to deal with ethnic cleansing in Kosovo. I support airstrikes in Syria and what the president is trying to do.
Former Maryland Governor Martin O'Malley is also getting good reviews. Dave?
John, in a Fox News poll in the Republican race, Ben Carson has surged. He's only 1 point back now of Donald Trump. Milwaukee's mayor says this could have ramifications at gun shops nationwide. A court ruling that holds a store accountable for a shooting. Fox News Radio's Jeff Manasso details it live.
Surveillance video from Badger Guns in West Milwaukee shows in 2009 Julius Burton's friend struggling to fill out forms and Burton pointing to a gun saying, "That's the gun that I want." The same gun that Burton later used to shoot and severely injure Milwaukee police officers Graham Kunish and Brian Norberg. The jury awarded the officers just under $6 million in a case that's also been the focus of gun control advocates and the gun lobby. The defense, Dave, expects to appeal.
Jeff, a boy with cerebral palsy that Pope Francis blessed in Philadelphia is getting a lot of support online. A crowdfunding drive has given Michael Keating's family nearly $100,000 to buy a needed van and other expenses. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Sunshine, 48 degrees, 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning, I'm Mike Scott. A man who claims Chicago police tortured him into confessing to a murder could be set free today after serving 2 decades behind bars. An attorney for Sean Worrell says he's scheduled to be released from the Hill Correctional Center in Galesburg. Worrell accused an officer of slapping him in the face when he denied killing a cab driver on the South Side. His 1991 conviction was tossed out by an Illinois appellate court in August. Cubs moving on to the National League Championship Series after an NLDS Game 4 win over the Cardinals. Cubs president Theo Epstein.
Nothing's promised in baseball or in life. We're excited about all the tomorrows, but we have to go earn it. And the only thing we're promised is a date Saturday, either in New York or LA, and we're looking forward to that.
And the Cubs will face either the Mets or the Dodgers in Game 1 this Saturday. Governor Rauner hanging a for sale sign on the 30-year-old Thompson Center, as AM 560's David Stewart reports.
Governor Rauner stood in the 17-story atrium to say the Helmut Jahn-designed building is inefficient and needs $100 million in repairs.
It's noisy. It's hard to meet with your colleagues. It's hard to move through the building. Very inefficient. You, as taxpayers, are paying a fortune to heat and cool this space.
Rauner says he expects it will be torn down and replaced with an office condo retail tower, despite any architectural significance it may have.
Beauty's in the eye of the beholder. Again, I'm not going to comment on the appearance or the aesthetics.
Most of the workers would be relocated in Chicago, though some jobs could be transferred to Springfield. David Stewart, Chicago.
Chicago sports, the Pistons will take on the Bulls at 7 tonight, and in the NHL, the Blackhawks taking on Philadelphia. The news, a service of Fresh Time Farmers Market. Healthy food, healthy values. This week, tender asparagus, only $1.27 a pound. Fresh salmon fillets, only $3.97 a pound. Grand opening prices valid at all 7 Chicagoland locations: Bucktown, Lincoln Park, Crystal Lake, and Naperville. FreshTime.com. 8:04, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, here's Carol Zimmer.
From the Fox Business Network, Bank of America reporting earnings of 37 cents a share today, higher than analysts expected. Wells Fargo out with earnings later today, and yesterday, JP Morgan disappointed with its third quarter results. Volkswagen doesn't want to make the same mistake again. The automaker says it will revamp the technology it uses for controlling diesel exhaust in future models. Volkswagen is in the midst of dealing with an emissions cheating scandal that erupted last month. Dollar General is cutting costs by eliminating more than 250 corporate positions, but the discount retailer isn't reducing the number of store-level jobs in its locations. And if you fly, don't pack spare lithium batteries in checked luggage. That's the word from the FAA in a safety alert. The batteries can ignite and fuel fires in baggage compartments. Carry-on bags are exempt. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Carol Zimmer.
8:05 in Chicago, and a check of traffic and weather is next on AM 560.
She's bold.
You're not black, so drop the racism crap.
She's controversial.
When you bring the people here, you bring those cultures here.
She's unapologetic.
This is a total fraud and a fig leaf.
And she's coming to Freedom Summit Chicago 2015. She's Ann Coulter.
Now I'm talking.
See best-selling author and conservative firebrand Ann Coulter live on Saturday, November 14th at Freedom Summit Chicago in Itasca. Get your tickets now at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com.
What do Fortune 500 companies do when they need to find new workspace? They call Regis at 1-800-OFFICES. With Regis, you can easily expand today and get your people up and running tomorrow. With fully furnished tech-powered co-working spaces, offices, and admin support, Regis manages the details so you can focus on your business. Short-term, long-term, all on your terms. Regis makes it easy and affordable. Call Regis now at 1-800-OFFICES and get a free office or meeting room for a day. Regis, here to help you grow.
Are you ready to take your diabetes management to the next level? Put the Contour Next meter to the test and challenge your meter. The Contour Next meter makes testing easy and highly accurate with close to lab level results. And Contour Next gives you a second chance, allowing you to reapply to the same strip when the first sample is not enough, saving you time and money. So take the challenge. Go to ContourNextChallenge.com, get a free meter, and enter to win free test strips. Find Contour Next at your local Leader Pharmacy.
8:06 in our Chicago RadioDeals.com traffic center, and here is Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Kennedy has big delays from Canfield to the Burns Circle. It is an hour and 2 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 32 minutes from Montrose, 25 on the Express, outbound 45 minutes downtown to the airport. The Edens, 33 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 27. The Eisenhower, an hour and 22 minutes Thorndale to downtown, an hour and 2 minutes from Manheim, outbound an hour 14 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36 minutes. The Ryan, 31 minutes 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, slow 120 to 137. And Everett to Duffy with roadwork again on the right lane. Northbound it's slow, 111th to 87th. The Cermak toll to North Avenue and also around the O'Hare Oasis. Adams Tollway delays, Bartlett to Meacham, and from the Des Plaines Oasis to Lee. Reagan Tollway jammed, Randall to the Fox River Bridge. The crash in the two left lanes. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
A mostly sunny day, high 62, then a partly cloudy night, low 48. Some breaks of sunshine tomorrow, becoming increasingly windy with winds up to 20 miles per hour, high of 65. Clear to partly cloudy at night, low 41. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 44 at O'Hare, 48 along the lakefront. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Financial Planning with Jack Taboda, your 401k specialist, whose goal is to protect, preserve, and grow your wealth. Saturday mornings at 7.
Good morning. Welcome to your Wednesday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
I think we should look to countries like Denmark, like Sweden.
But we are not Denmark. I love Denmark. We are the United States of America.
Now it's Baez in the right field, way back. Javier Baez, a 3-run home run. Wow.
If it's this year, next year, or 100 years from now, it doesn't matter because Cubs are number one.
We're going to the World Series, guys. Let's do it. Let's do it.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning. What up? Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson. So it was interesting yesterday, the juxtaposition of these two events. On the one hand, you had something that Chicago could be proud of with the Cubs victory.
Yeah,
right?
Could be. We are proud of it.
Well, if you're a Cubs fan. And on the other hand, you had something that we should be universally embarrassed about, which is that Hillary Clinton is from Chicago.
Oh, yeah.
After that debate performance.
Hey, speaking of Chicago and politicians,
Yes.
Barack Obama did congratulate the Cubs via Twitter yesterday, saying, "Congratulations, Cubs. Even White Sox fans are happy for you." Now, you're a White Sox fan. Are you happy for us, as President Obama is?
As soon as President Obama can throw like an adult male and or name one player who has ever played for the Chicago White Sox, then I'll acknowledge that comment. Until then, I will not. Yesterday, this story kind of got didn't get the attention that it deserves because of the Democrat debate and all this. But Planned Parenthood, they did nothing wrong, and they're going to stop doing it.
Mm-hmm.
Planned Parenthood is going to stop taking reimbursements for fetal tissue. They're going to stop trafficking in baby body parts for profit.
Yeah, they're just going to hand them out for the good of science.
Well, they're going to traffic in baby body parts for free.
Yeah, for free. So instead of making money off of it, they're still going to practice the ghoulish behavior, but they're not going to charge anyone for it.
Well, they want their $500 million a year of everybody's money. But PPFA, Planned Parenthood Federation of America, the parent org that's headed up by Cecile the Lion, immediately stopped accepting reimbursements for supplying fetal tissue for medical research in an attempt to tamp down the controversy, of course. And she sent a letter, that's Cecile the Lion, to the National Institutes of Health that the organization's affiliates will no longer accept any reimbursement for costs associated, meaning profit.
Isn't that an admission of guilt, though, right there?
We did nothing wrong.
We did nothing, yeah.
And we're immediately going to stop doing it so that we can maintain our funding.
Oh, it's so sick.
It's great. And the reason it's relevant is because we heard from Hillary Clinton on this topic yesterday.
When people say that, it's always the Republicans or their sympathizers who say you can't have paid leave, you can't provide health care. They don't mind having big government to interfere with a woman's right to choose and to try to take down Planned Parenthood. They're fine with big government when it comes to that. I'm sick of it. You know, we can do these things. We should not be paralyzed We should not be paralyzed by the Republicans and their constant refrain, big government this, big government that, except for what they want to impose on the American people. I know we can afford it because we're going to make the wealthy pay for it. That is the way to get it done.
Yeah, so that's the Republicans and their big government gambits like defunding Planned Parenthood. So, and she can pay for it by funding Planned Parenthood. So I'm sorry, I'm confused. Who is supporting a big government gambit in this area, and as well as so many others that we heard last night?
The Democrats.
It's all just very confusing.
Liberal propaganda. It was so. I was, to me, it was really unwatchable, and I suffered through it for 30 minutes before I cut ties and just turned on the Mets-Dodgers game.
Some of you may think Hillary's inauthentic. Some of you may have think that she's changed positions on issues, and that's where you'd be wrong.
I don't take a backseat to anyone when it comes to progressive experience and progressive commitment.
Which enemy are you most proud of?
In addition to
No, that here's that other one.
I have a range of views, but they are rooted in my values and my experience.
She takes a backseat to no progressive, not even socialist Bernie Sanders. When in terms of her changing positions on every issue under the sun.
Oh yeah, he brought that up about same-sex marriage, TPP deal. Yeah.
Right. So, well, she has a range of issues, and all of those positions that she has taken in conflict of one another are rooted in her values as a progressive, moderate conservative. Yeah.
Okay.
How do you like that? Verlin on the south side.
How you good people doing today, Dan and Amy?
Hey, Verlin.
Hi, Verlin.
All right. Okay. Now, I call you after every debate, pissed off because the debates be hard. Well, the debate's not horrible, but the moderation is what I be complaining about. The Fox and the CNN was horrible the first two times. Now, this time, Anderson Cooper was outstanding. They talked about all the issues that they needed to talk about.
Really?
The only thing that I didn't like was how he was cutting off Jim Webb. He didn't like Jim Webb for some reason, and he was just cutting him off.
Yeah,
but
Jim Webb was about to break Anderson Cooper in half, and I would have liked to see that.
You see how tightly wound he was?
Yeah.
I was like, wow. But I guess that's the reason why he just didn't really want to talk to him. But you got to see who was good, who was bad, and who had something to offer.
Yeah.
So that's the reason why I like this. That's the reason why I like the way he did his debate.
Thanks for the call, Verlin. The Jim Webb thing, I mean, just if we can go to the extras that were on stage.
Those were Hollywood extras, right?
My favorite Jim Webb moment was not the back and forth with Anderson Cooper, was when he talked about the enemy you're most proud to have, and it was the, I assume, Viet Cong that threw a grenade that injured Webb when he served in Vietnam. And but that enemy is no longer around to be his enemy anymore. Oh. And Jim Webb with a Cheshire cat grin while he was saying it. That was kind of fun. And actually, Jim Webb was the only candidate on stage that in any way resembled a thinking adult.
Yeah, and I admired him. That he served as a Marine in Vietnam, and I know he just seemed like the adult in the room. To me, he had commanded the issues, and clearly he practiced, probably doing mock debates before he got up there last night.
Taking your calls, 312-642-5600 of the Turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, Turnkey.pro text line. Bob in Waukegan.
Yeah, this Planned Parenthood stuff that's going on, they're not going to take money for it anymore. Has anybody ever heard of Barbara Bird Boxer or whatever the hell her name is that is taking kickbacks? I'd take the same team that just indicted her and send them out to see if there's any offshore bank accounts collecting money for Planned Parenthood.
Thanks for the call, Bob.
That's a stretch.
Scott on the west side.
Hey, thanks, Dan and Amy, for taking my call. I made the switch, and it feels so good. The thing that I kept noticing is that Hillary obviously had studied Judge Judy's eye movements and her head movements. I also wondered about all the work that Hillary has done. She obviously had a facelift. She had eyelid reduction and a neck skin reduction and something done with her mouth. I couldn't put my finger on it. I don't know if they do mouth reductions, but it seemed like she did have some work done on her mouth. Also, I noticed her eyeliner also resembled Judge Judy. I'm pretty sure that as part of her homework, she studied Judge Judy quite extensively.
All right,
That
thanks,
is
Scott.
that's a deep dig from Scott. Thanks for that.
I don't fault her for getting some work done. I mean, she's just doing what Donald Trump has done, and that's get plastic surgery and some Botox.
Right. They both want to look more feminine. Bernie Sanders, the Bernie Sanders Hillary. This was the moment. This was
a love fest. This is where I think that Hillary's campaign actually paid off Bernie Sanders to give her some love on the emails.
Yeah. And wait for it. This is the cackle that launched 1,000 leftist ships.
The American people are sick and tired of hearing about your damn emails.
Thank you. Me too. Me too.
No, listen, she got a standing ovation. That's
It's
what I
infectious.
saw. Reverend Jesse Jackson in the crowd, Debbie Wasserman
He's not a reverend.
Well, they all stood up and cheered at the emails count. That's the only time there was a standing O.
Mike,
It's very bizarre.
Mike in Lake Forest.
Hey, Thomas Jefferson said you need an informed electorate to have a democracy. 2008, we go to visit our daughter at the University of Denver, and she told us Obama was coming, and she asked her fellow students, why are you going to go there? He wants to raise taxes. And they said, not on us, he doesn't. They want to raise it on our parents. And she said, duh, how do you get the money? How do you get the money to go to Denver? $50,000. Flash 3 days ago, I'm at the University of Denver again for a business meeting, and I'm walking the campus. Guys, Bernie Sanders is coming there. There's signs all over. And this is a country club, spoiled, I got to say it, spoiled brat campus. Now it's $60,000. They're clueless.
Yeah, he had 9,000 people show up for that event, too.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate it. We'll take more of your calls through on 264-250-600, the Turnkey.Pro answer line on the other side.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Plenty of sunshine today, high of 62 degrees. Tomorrow, some wind gusts up to 25 miles per hour, but we will have some clouds breaking for some sun, a high of 65, and enjoy it because after that, the temperature is going to fall into the low 50s. Hopefully there's some good news on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
It is Chicago, and it's the middle of the morning rush, Amy. The Edens Expressway, it's not too bad, I guess. Better than yesterday, but it's still very slow from Peterson to the junction. 33 minutes Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 29. To Kennedy, though, an hour and 8 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 45 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 22 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound an hour 16. Just jammed. Costner all the way out to North Avenue. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The Ryan, 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound, it's jammed. Hollywood to Belmont after a crash. And northbound, big delays from around Oakwood to Jackson. Tri-State southbound, stop and go from Milwaukee Avenue to past 120. And from Everett to Duffy with road work. Northbound, 111th, much of the way to North Avenue. And then from the O'Hare Oasis to Irving Park. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com, Traffic Center.
Can you recognize the signs of structural foundation problems? Many homeowners are experiencing the symptoms of foundation issues. I've noticed doors and windows that no longer shut. I know that there's new cracks in the drywall and exterior brickwork. Are your floors uneven? Well, these indicators can be signs of damage to your home's foundation. Why fix the problem? Because it will only get worse. And the longer you wait, the more costly it will be. Why choose Permaseal? Because it's free. That's right. The inspection, their consultants have been trained and certified by the manufacturer to evaluate your foundation and offer you a permanent, customized solution absolutely free of charge. For over 36 years, Permaseal's mission has been to provide you a superior customer experience at the greatest value. So call Permaseal today at 800-421-SEAL. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty, comes with the house, and the peace of mind you deserve. That's 800-421-SEAL or visit permaseal.net. Permaseal, truly known best for being better.
My name is Dr. Howard. I've recommended Balance of Nature for over 15 years because of the excellent results I see in my patients. Balance of Nature doesn't make any claims of treating or curing any particular disease, but I think the results speak for themselves.
I will tell you one thing, and he's sick all winter. He wasn't sick at all this winter, not one time.
I've taken vitamins my whole life, and this is really the only thing that I've ever really felt like that did anything.
That's why I kept coming down with the flu. And she said double them, triple them. And that's what I did since then, and I haven't had the flu. So I know it works.
Wow.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code CHICAGO.
If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560. The Answer.
What did you call him?
What?
Lincoln Chafee's mouth. He had
Yeah,
summer
like-
teeth. Some are here, some are there. It
Yeah,
was
like
so painful to watch.
Little chiclet teeth, which is the product of 4 generations of inbreeding. So let that be a lesson to you kids out there. Also, we heard from Bernie Sanders a lot in yesterday's debate. It was really Sanders and Clinton. The others were kind of extras. And Bernie Sanders, I thought, did a nice job marketing the website. You know, you can get all the information on his redistribution of schemes by going to BernieSanders.com. You just click on the hammer and sickle icon, and it's all right there for you. Let's
That's
go
good.
to.
I like it.
Thank you, Carol in Paxton, Illinois. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. You mentioned Planned Parenthood. My take on what they did yesterday is we're sorry we didn't do it, but we won't do it anymore.
Yeah, that was the take. That's the right take. I completely agree. Luke in Oak Lawn.
Good morning, Dan. Old man, no raise on Social Security, third time in 5 years, not the third time in 40 years.
Okay.
Somebody got their messages wrong.
Well, there's a lot of that last night. You can't, Luke, I mean, you can't hold Democrats to the facts, especially when it comes to economic-related numbers.
Well, they didn't bring up the national debt once. Not once. That wasn't a problem. All they talked about was spending rich people's money and redistribution, because if you're rich, it's a bad thing. They vilified people who have worked so hard to accomplish something in their lives. And that's why I couldn't watch it. It was unbearable.
And I'll reiterate this just so people can share it. Confiscate all the wealth of our country's billionaires. It's $1.4 trillion. Confiscate all the wealth of everyone in America who makes more than $250,000 a year. That's another $1.3 trillion. That's $2.7 trillion. The way the federal government spends money right now, that would fund the federal government for 9 months. So just at current spending levels, what else you got? Not to mention all of the other new gambits that were proposed. Put that. Stop even arguing about income inequality. Concede the point, and you tell me how you're going to continue to finance what we have in addition to all of the suggestions that were made in last night's debate. Mike in Park Ridge.
Hi, Dan. I'm a fiscal conservative, but I've got to tell you, that student at the University of Denver may know what they're talking about.
How's that?
Baby boomers are levying future taxes on their kids by not paying enough taxes to pay for their own benefit of Social Security and Medicare.
There's no question about it. Thanks for the call, Mike. Many of them were on stage last night. There's absolutely no question about it. I completely agree with that. Jeff in Gurnee.
Morning, guys. When they talk about dreamers, my kids dream and they want to go to school, but we're going to have to pay for it, and we have to pay for somebody else's free education. I don't see how that's fair, and the fact that anybody would even cheer for these people while they redistribute our wealth, again, is beyond me. And I appreciate your call, and I'll hang up and listen to your comments.
Thanks for the call, Jeff. Agree with that. I'll tell you what, the other thing, this was a tweet from Trump. I agree with.
Oh, because he was live tweeting during the debate.
He said, I hear a lot about benefits that we're going to confer to persons that are in this country illegally, and nothing about benefits for veterans. He used veterans as the example. It's a fair example. He's absolutely right.
I think you're starting to warm up to Donald Trump.
No, I'm not.
You're going to like the Cubs, too, next.
No, I'm not. Ralph and Rantoul.
Yeah, good morning. I get so tired of listening to these pinwheel heads talking about their windmills. Earlier this morning when Stephen Moore was talking about how useless windmill energy contributions are, he's absolutely right. But it's worse than useless. It's actually more expensive than other forms of energy.
Absolutely.
Because you can't store electrical energy. Sorry, Tesla people, you're still plugging your stupid cars into night and sucking off the grid. But when you build a windmill and it gets plugged into a community and the community depends on the power coming from that windmill, every single watt of power that thing generates must be duplicated on a regular conventional grid so that when they're all running their dishwashers and washing machines and charging their stupid electric cars, when the windmill stops running, at least something is still going to be generating power. It's always redundant requirement for windmill power. Look, you pinwheel heads, get some science, learn something.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. Well, I mean, there was no scientific talk on display yesterday either. I mean, climate change. For Marty O'Malley, for Marty O'Malley, I think it was climate change was in a tie with Iran for the greatest national security threat. For Bernie Sanders, it was climate change, hands down, no contest. And in terms of windmills, too, what about the ecological impact, killing all those birds?
They didn't mention that.
And where's PETA when you need him?
Tweets.
Sean in Elmwood Park.
But everybody involved in green energy gets very, very rich because government completely subsidizes it because it's a money laundering scheme. But socialism is now and always has been schizophrenic. And last night was the perfect display of that. I thought that it was a Saturday Night Live skit when I turned it on. And Anderson Cooper did nothing but fluff every politician up there except Jim Webb, who is really the closest to what a Democrat used to be. If you call yourself a Democrat today, you're absolutely delusional and you're a traitor, because what socialism is different levels of control. And that's all you could see there. You know, ironically, our Constitution is the schematic for true liberalism. These people are not liberals. They are not progressive. Every policy they have is regressive. And everything they talk about is degrowth. If you seized every dollar on the planet from every country, you cannot pay our unfunded liabilities. You can't pay it. So what you need to do is realize that what made our country is the freedom of you and me, not the control and the bastardization of political power. Every one of these people are rich. Every one of their cabinets are rich. Their assistants are rich. Because you know why? They immune themselves from the laws they're talking about casting on us.
Yeah,
we should seize back our government.
Thanks for the call, Sean. Good rant. I mean, honestly, that was a good rant. And when Bernie Sanders was talking about freedom, it was Hayek who said to be controlled in economic pursuits is to be controlled in everything. Bernie Sanders is redefining freedom the way we're redefining, at least the left is, everything else in this country.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
There are two kinds of pain. Pain that goes away and the worst kind, chronic pain. If you suffer from chronic pain, life is not complete and it can be miserable. Unfortunately, most people use narcotics that mask the pain. You need to find the source of the chronic pain and get relief.
This is Dr. Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. We're serious players in the management of pain, and our team are national leaders, as well as being educators in the treatment of pain. We will work with you to diminish or eliminate your pain and help you get your life back. You know, there's a nationwide narcotics epidemic, and people are too quick to mask over chronic pain instead of looking for the cause and treating or eliminating the pain. Contact us. We will help you.
Go to mypainchicago.com. Call and make an appointment with some of the best pain people in the nation, located here in Chicago. mypainchicago.com. You or someone you know suffers and the suffering of chronic pain. mypainchicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Lamar Odom, still not over Chloe at 8:45.
And up next at 8:38, Al Yellen will be here to talk about the Cubs. But first, let's go back into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, political pundits are reacting to the first Democratic presidential debate. Analyst Lisa Durden says no candidate hit a home run, but Bernie Sanders may have come out on top.
I think he did a phenomenal job. He came across very knowledgeable, actually debated.
Durden saying Sanders' performance will please his base, but likely not cut into Hillary Clinton's lead in national polls. GOP presidential candidate Marco Rubio weighed in, saying last night's debate looked like a rerun from the 1980s.
It was basically a liberal versus liberal debate about who was going to give away the most free stuff. Free college education for people illegally in this country.
Rubio on Fox and Friends saying the Democrat candidates have an answer to everything, and that answer is a tax increase. Secretary of State John Kerry saying he'll travel to the Middle East to try and calm tensions between the Israelis and Palestinians. There's been a major escalation in violence in recent weeks that has left 8 Israelis dead. According to a Milwaukee jury, a gun store can be held responsible for a shooting. Badger Guns and the owner of that store have been found liable in the shooting of 2 Milwaukee police officers in 2009. The owner of that store now may have to pay nearly $6 million in compensatory and punitive damages. A man who claims Chicago police tortured him into confessing to a murder could be set free later today after serving over 2 decades behind bars. An attorney for Sean Worrell says he's scheduled to be released from the Hill Correctional Center in Galesburg. Cubs advancing to the National League Championship Series for the first time since 2003, beating the Cardinals last night 6-4 in Game 4 of the NLDS. They will face either the Mets or the Dodgers in Game 1 of the Championship Series on Saturday. NBA tonight, Pistons take on the Bulls, and on the ice, it's the Blackhawks and Philadelphia. The news service of the Illinois Partners for Clean Air. Why stress over parking, traffic, and gas prices? You've got endless options available with public transit. Get on board with saving time and money and improving air quality. Learn to breathe easy and save easy with Illinois Partners for Clean Air at cleantheair.org. 8:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher is tired of the gun control rhetoric.
If Chris had not been able to get a hold of 13 guns, it wouldn't have happened.
Empty rhetoric. And my heart goes out to this father and the mother because their son will forever be known as the monster who killed innocent people. Stop blaming the gun, the inanimate object, for the evilness of the creature.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Exergen Temporal Scanner Thermometer is the top choice of doctors and nurses nationwide and should be yours. With one scan to the forehead, Exergen Temporal Scanner provides an accurate temperature, stress-free. Available at Walgreens.
At the end of a long day, all you want to do is relax. Maybe grab a cold one. And eat something that's not frozen and thrown into a deep fryer. That's why you have Heroes West Sports Grill. If you want to relax, the place feels like home. If you're ready for a cold one, try 37 choices on tap alone. Hunger is a thing of the past, too, with dishes direct from their scratch kitchen. Heroes West Sports Grill in Joliet has mastered the best, just to ensure that your experience is full of happiness. But that's just the beginning. They, like AM 560 The Answer, are huge supporters of your servicemen, women, and first responders. That's why they continue to give back with Warrior Wing Wednesday. You're invited in to enjoy their famous wings at a bargain and have proceeds from your order go towards helping America's real heroes. Heroes West Sports Grill. Casual comfort just like home. Find them online at heroeswest.net. That's heroeswest.net.
If you own a business, you know incorporating can be a smart way to protect yourself and your assets. So the question is, why haven't you incorporated your business yet?
My business? It's too small.
Wrong. No matter how small your business, you run the risk of losing all your personal assets, your car, your home, even your entire life savings if you're not incorporated.
Incorporating is very complicated.
Actually, incorporating is easy and fast. You can do it in just 10 minutes. Call now for your free guide from Incorporate.com. 1-800-931-3210.
I need a lawyer to incorporate. That's really expensive.
You don't need a lawyer, and we don't offer legal or financial advice. Incorporate.com is a service company whose only mission is helping people like you incorporate safely, easily, and quickly. Find out how simple it is to protect your family and personal assets by incorporating. Call now for your free guide. 1-800-931-3210. 1-800-931-3210. That's 1-800-931-3210.
AST for Industry. This is John Haidt. My company is Anti-Seize Technology. We are the company behind hundreds of products used by industry and manufacturing worldwide. For over 35 years, my local company has made lubricants, adhesives, and sealants. I put my products up against any other company for quality and value. That's why we say say AST for Industry.
Your maintenance crew can save time, money, and your equipment. Slick-On Flow Lube is a superior spray-on industrial lubrication for your sliding, rolling, squeaky, turning, press-fitting needs. Slick-On Flow Lube keeps your equipment in service and reduces costly breakdowns. Slick-On Flow Lube is a great product for your maintenance team from Anti-Seize Technology.
We will prove products from Anti-Seize Technology are better for your industry. Contact us for a demonstration. Go to AST4Industry.com. Remember, AST4Industry.com. Check out our line of lubricants, adhesives, and sealants for your company. AST4Industry.com.
8:37, stocks are mixed after the opening bell on very weak economic data this morning. And in our ChicagoRadioDeals.com traffic center, here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The traffic jam on the inbound Kennedy starts around Nagel. It is an hour and 13 minutes from O'Hare to downtown, 46 minutes from Montrose, 22 in the Express, outbound 41 minutes downtown to the airport. Eden's inbound 33 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 29. The Eisenhower, an hour and 24 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, an hour and 5 minutes from Manheim, outbound an hour 14, Post Office to Thorndale. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44. The Ryan, 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound, jammed Hollywood to the Oak Street curve, northbound from Oakwood to Jackson. Tri-State southbound delays are in pockets from 21 to Duffy with roadwork now in the right lane. Northbound, it's pretty slow from around 111th to 87th, Archer all the way up to North Avenue, and from the O'Hare Oasis to Irving Park. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Air Comfort, your commercial HVAC solutions provider. Sunny and 62 today. 44 at O'Hare, 39 in Aurora. Next news update at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Executive Green Carpet Cleaning. For cleaner, brighter, and softer carpet, visit executivegreencarpetcleaning.com.
They're singing, Go Cubs, go!
Sing it, Dan.
Go Cubs, go!
There you go. So this morning we decorated the studio with Cubby Blue, Cubby Red.
Yeah,
Dan just loves those Chicago Cubs.
Apparently, I'm sitting in Theo Epstein's seat, according to the signage.
That's right. Get out of there.
The Cardinals, have won 11 World Series titles since the Cubs last won a World Series, but it won't be this year.
Yeah, well, you know what? Their little back-to-back Division Series championship ended yesterday because it's over for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and our next guest, Al Yellen, he's had a tough go of it. He went to Colgate.
Oh, my God.
The Big Red.
Yeah.
They were denied entry into the Ivy League. So he's been suffering one defeat after the other since his college days. But he's the we're having a technical difficulty here. Can you bring Al up? He is the managing editor of Bleed Cubby Blue, and he joins us now. Al, thanks so much for joining us. And by the way, a little advanced billing from Al on my Facebook page. Al is a good guy, been on their site for years. Great analysis over there at Bleed Cubby Blue. Al, did you catch the game yesterday?
Yeah, I was at the ballpark. It was it's almost, I almost don't have words to describe the scene at Wrigley Field. It's never been like that. Never ever been like that.
Well, it's hard for fans to leave because they hung around for 2 hours watching all the hoopla.
Yeah, hours and hours and hours, and beyond all that, I've just never heard Wrigley Field that loud ever.
Were you surprised by how the series proceeded? The not just the power output, but the resilience of the Cubs, just how those 4 games went, especially after getting blanked in the first one.
This is how this team has played all year. It's been a total team effort. Every day has different heroes. Beyond all the home runs they hit, I thought one of the biggest plays in yesterday's game was Jorge Soler's throw out at the plate. I mean, that kept the game tied. That was maybe a bigger play than all the home runs.
Well, okay, so looking forward to the NLCS, we still have Game 5 for the Mets and Dodgers, which takes place tomorrow night. Which team would you rather see the Cubs face?
I would much rather see them face the Mets. First of all, I think they match up better with the Mets in terms of pitching matchups. And also, speaking as someone who lived through the 1969
vengeance
Cubs pennant race, we owe them one.
Yeah. So
post-traumatic stress.
but you're gonna have to make sure all the black cats are kept off the field.
Yeah, for sure. I know we'll hear about that, but when it comes all down to it, it's baseball. And I do think the Cubs match up better with the Mets, but, they can take the Dodgers, too.
Yeah, but think about Jake Arrieta. I mean, he threw a no-hitter August 29th at Dodger Stadium. I mean, and he's going to be pitching first for the Cubs, so that might be a positive, don't you think?
Yeah, well, it's, forget about who he's pitching against. Jake's pitched well against everybody he's faced this year. I mean, he's done things that have never been done before by any pitcher. The second half of this season, he just pretty much beat everybody.
And in terms of looking at the Mets versus Dodgers, I mean, part of it, I assume, but you tell me, your analysis, you have to look at Kershaw and Greinke and say, I don't want to face those guys 4 times in a 7-game series. And frankly, after Arrieta, pretty big drop-off in terms of confidence in Cubs starting pitching.
Well, I actually have good confidence in John Lester. Lester's numbers during the season maybe weren't as great as Arrieta's, but he certainly threw a solid game, even though the Cubs couldn't score in Game 1 of the division series. So you've got Arrieta and Lester. Also, the Dodgers are going to have to go with Greinke in Game 5 of their division series.
Yeah, that's right.
So he won't be available for the first 2 games. And if they want to go with Kershaw in Game 1, that's 3 days rest. So we just saw a pitcher go on 3 days rest for the Cardinals yesterday, and he didn't do so well.
Lackey got rocked.
But okay, Lackey had pretty good stuff. Baez made a great play in terms of hitting. Our pitcher
got on base. Hamilton.
Yes, but that was a mistake. But Lackey looked pretty good on 3 days rest prior to those 2 pitches, didn't he?
Well, prior to those 2 pitches, but then there's those 2 pitches.
Well, I understand.
Historically in the postseason, pitchers who go on 3 days rest have not done well, and Lackey had to be taken out in after the 3rd inning. So Clayton Kershaw is a good pitcher, but 3 days rest is tough for any pitcher.
All right, last year we were last in the National League Central, 73 wins. What made the difference between last year and this year?
Well, they made some key acquisitions. They obviously John Lester was one of them. Picking up guys like Miguel Montero and Dexter Fowler, who were both key contributors to this playoff run. But the biggest difference is Joe Maddon. I can't say enough about what he has done for this team, both in strategic decisions on the field during games to all of the off the field things that he's done to just kind of keep this group loose, to keep them focused on one game at a time. I mean, he is the perfect leader for this group of men.
And the team's young. I mean, more than half of them can be on Obamacare right now. I mean, there's 21, 22, 23.
Yeah, and that's the good thing. I mean, this really wasn't expected this soon. Everybody knew these guys were probably going to be good. Maybe next year. I don't think anybody thought they would be this good this quickly. Kyle Schwarber was a year ago. Kyle Schwarber was playing an A-ball, and now he's hitting home runs in the playoffs.
Yeah, it really is incredible. So let's play this out. I assume you are predicting a Cubs World Series victory to end the 107-year drought. And so who do you want to see from the AL in the series?
Well, one of the teams that I'm actually a little bit afraid of is the Blue Jays. They've got as many power hitters, if not more, than the Cubs. That would be a real tough matchup. To be honest with you, right now, I really don't care. I would just like to see the Cubs get to the World Series because, that's been 70 years.
Yeah, right.
Well, we just don't want to get there. We want to win if we get there.
Well, of course you want to win, but, just even getting there is an accomplishment that hasn't been done in a long time. So right now, I'm thinking whoever they play, I think they can match up with anybody.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Al Yellen. And I personally am hoping that the Dodgers win because I know some people in L.A., like my uncle who has season tickets.
There you go.
There you go.
Al Yellen, managing editor at bleedcubbyblue.com. Al, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And he joined us on our Turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up, a former NBA star wakes up or doesn't wake up in a very strange place. We'll explain. But first, here's your forecast. It's going to be sunny today, a high of 62 degrees. Then tomorrow, increasingly windy, clouds breaking for some sun at times, a high of 65. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. The inbound Kennedy runs an hour and 13 minutes from O'Hare to downtown. It's 46 minutes from Montrose, 22 in the Express. Outbound 41 minutes to the airport. The Edens, 37 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 29. The Eisenhower, brutal, an hour and 24 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour 14. Stevenson, 58 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 44. Ryan is 31 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive southbound, stop and go Hollywood to the Oak Street curve, and northbound just past Oakwood to Jackson. Tri-State southbound it's slow from 21 to past 120, then from the Lake Forest Oasis to Duffy thanks to road work in the right lane. Northbound, we're seeing delays from 111th past LaGrange Road. Cermak toll to North Avenue and from the O'Hare Oasis to Irving Park. Adams Tollway still very slow. Higgins to Meacham. Reagan Tollway from Randall to Fox River. Veterans Memorial from I-55 to the Reagan Tollway and Army Trail to Lake. Jim Talamonte, ChicagoRadioDeals.com Traffic Center.
Text from 708. Prof is playing Cubs songs. There is no God. You know, I have to give the Cubs their due. I'm sorry, 708. Very, very sorry. Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing home? Then you need to call David Hochberg, Vice President of Pearl Mortgage. Fannie Mae recently released new lending rules that dramatically help borrowers. So if you didn't make enough money to move, start packing, baby. Previous rule, unreimbursed business expenses were deducted from borrowers' income. New rule, borrowers earning commission income less than 25% of their annual income no longer have to deduct these expenses from their income. This is huge and will enable hundreds of thousands of people to now qualify to purchase a home. If less than 25% of your annual income is from commission and you want to use 100% of your income to purchase a home, stop what you're doing and call David now at 312-751-1333. That's 312-751-1333, or visit his website, www.am560david.com. That's am560david.com. David's helped thousands of AM560 listeners, and he'll help you, but he can't help you if you don't call. So call David now at 312-751-1333. Pearl Mortgage is an equal housing lender, Illinois residential mortgage licensee 4358, licensed by DBO under California RMLA NMLS 19186. PearlMortgage.com/licensing.
I'm Lex, CEO of Balance of Nature. At Balance of Nature, we believe in real communication. Whether you call into the office or hear a success story on the radio, you can be sure it's real, unsolicited, and unscripted conversation.
I have a very mild version of MS. I couldn't afford the medication from the doctor's office, and I thought, let's try to fight this a little different way. Since I've been on it, I've only had one episode.
So as soon as I got it, I took some. I normally take it in the morning. So just with that period of time, I'm definitely seeing improvement again. Really amazing. So I'm probably going to get my daughter on it.
When you can give your body a full variety of 31 different fruits and vegetables in their 100% natural, whole food form, you receive the unmatched balance of nutrition. Call toll-free 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com and be sure to enter promo code Chicago.
Woodlawn.
I'm asking you to stand up right now and make a decision.
The true story
to change
of a spiritual awakening.
I want you to stop all these activities until this board has taken this matter under full review.
Experience one hope.
Nobody out there knows what's happened with this team.
One truth.
But when you win,
one way.
On this day, they will!
Woodlawn starts this Friday.
Mike Rowe here in the home of Cindy Jennings, where she's doing a, what do you call that, Cindy?
My 1 hour happy dance.
Yeah. You see, Cindy, being a smart and surprisingly sure-footed homeowner, called 1 hour the minute her furnace started acting up. Cindy knows that with 1 hour in the house, her problem will be expertly diagnosed, and her professional 1 hour technician will be fully equipped to do the job right.
That's right.
For any heating need, call 855-1-HOUR and get happy.
I'm twerking.
Yes, you are, and it's perfect for radio. Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Coming up next, it's me, Mike Gallagher, right after Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy on AM 560, The Answer.
Boy, the Kardashian jinx, huh? Lamar Odom.
Formerly married to Khloe.
Yeah, I guess.
Kardashian.
I remember watching him play all the way back in college when he was at Rhode Island. What a great ball player he was. And then, of course, the Clippers and then championships with the Lakers. Made a ton of money. Good ball player.
God, for some reason, I thought he went to Ohio State. But my bad.
yes.
That was somebody else.
Yes, it
but
was.
Yes, but no, him and Chloe, they got divorced in 2013. So, but he
thought
might
those-
not be over it yet.
I thought those two kids were going to make it.
Yeah, I was really pulling for him. Actually, I watched that show one time and got a little sucked into it, and I watched a few episodes.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, he's nice. He's so shy, and he was homesick sometimes when they had to move downtown in Houston, I believe it was. And I don't know, they were kind of cute together. I liked it, but I'm praying for him this morning because something really bad happened, Dan.
Well, he's fighting for his life after falling into unconsciousness at Dennis Hoff's Love Ranch South in Nevada.
Oh, that's a brothel, right? Were we supposed to have Dennis Hoff on this show?
No, we were not. 35-year-old Odom arrived at the ranch on Saturday and was partying with the girls for days. A source at the ranch said Odom was taking an herbal substitute for Viagra. Woman went into Odom's room in the VIP suite. Oh, yes.
At least, he's
Very
a
tasteful
celebrity
there at the Love Ranch South, I have no doubt. When a woman went in there, began screaming for the manager, who called 911. He was like foaming at the mouth. And they took him to a local hospital where he was intubated, and apparently he's in a coma.
Oh, that's serious stuff. But, time
Yeah,
was
I would say.
wasted because he's 6'10", and they brought a medical helicopter to take him away, but he was too tall to fit in the helicopter, so they actually had to drive an hour to get him to that hospital. But just so you know, this morning his dad has come forward, Joe Odom, and said that he believed his son was drugged, that somebody maybe slipped him a roofie. He said, my son was not partying in days leading up to this incident. What we need to do this morning is all pray for him. Somebody drugged my son.
I'm sorry. He was at the Love Ranch brothel in Nevada.
Isn't that a church?
What was he doing?
Maybe reading books. I
Bible
don't know.
study there?
Reading War and Peace, yeah, or Bible study.
What was the herbal substitute for Viagra for?
Steamed broccoli, perhaps.
Yeah. The Kardashians. Talk about the scourge on America.
Here's the deal. The woman who found him is being heavily sought after for interviews. We know that. We know that the Kardashian family and Kris Jenner and her ex-husband, what should I call him, Bruce, now Caitlyn Jenner.
Yeah.
They are concerned.
And Khloe went to the hospital,
To
right?
visit him, yes.
Yeah.
She's by his bedside. So, I mean, we're laughing about this, but maybe he might, hopefully he won't pass away from all
Well,
this.
obviously, it's a sordid situation, but you don't want anybody to, it's nothing to die over. So obviously, you hope Lamar Odom is okay. But boy, oh boy.
A brothel? I mean, what a brothel? And are there weekends all-inclusives at brothels?
Brothel. Boy, it's a lot of moral indignation coming from somebody who was a finalist for Ladies of the Big Ten in Playboy. Don't you think?
But I didn't do it, Dan. I was just, checking it out.
Yeah.
Better judgment prevailed. I didn't do it. Okay? Got it?
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gavalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830-4930. Or visit bestdental.org. Best Dental Group, sharing your conservative values and helping you to conserve your teeth.
So often on this show, we talk about the important issues that affect your world, like the economy, education, and foreign policy. But because there's always so much going on, we don't always have the time to drill down and talk about the big ideas behind the big issues. It's one of the reasons I'm involved with a new website along with the Illinois Opportunity Project called Upstream Ideas, online at upstream-ideas.com. At Upstream Ideas, you'll find info that informs the discussions we're having on this show and elsewhere. At Upstream Ideas, we broaden the parameters of debate and move beyond the same old partisan assumptions. In other words, we're pushing against the current and thinking upstream. Go online now to upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. With each visit, you'll be armed with new info and fresh perspectives to spur you to make the state of Illinois and the good old USA a bit more free, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized.
You are a sign business, you want to grow, and you want to make more money. So do I. I want to partner with you. This is Dave Carlson, and my sign company is Franco Carlson & Company. We've been doing business in Chicago since 1894. With millions of dollars of state-of-the-art equipment, we can do any job. Trade shows, bus and vehicle wraps, banners for special events, even custom wallpaper. We can help you expand your sign business. If there is an order, any order, or a piece of business that you don't have the capabilities to do yourself, we can do it with you. You don't have to turn away any sign or print business any longer. Speed and quality to meet your deadlines. You have my word on that. Expand your sign business. Take any order. Make more money. Become a partner with Franco Carlson & Company. Contact me for a quote or stop by for a tour of our shop. Franco Carlson & Company. We are the sign company's partner.
Call Franco Carlson & Company at 773-847-6900. 773-847-6900.
When you send your 16-year-old off in that car, you shouldn't be thinking about saving on car insurance premiums. You should be wondering if you have the most coverage you can afford. Highland Heil Insurance is here to assist you with critical auto insurance questions like this. These are the questions you should be asking. Call Heil & Heil Insurance today at 847-866-7400 or visit them online at heilandheil.com. At Heil & Heil Insurance, they ask the difficult questions before you put your child behind the wheel. You can put a price on coverage, but not on peace of mind. Call Heil & Heil Insurance today at 847-866-7400 for a free consultation or visit their website at heilandheil.com. Let them help you drive with confidence. That's 847-866-7400. Quality of lifestyle can be preserved by managing risk. Let Heil & Heil help you manage yours. Call today, 847-866-7400.
We've got some of our texter sleuths on the Lamar Odom case asking some good questions. 872, why slip a roofie to a male?
That's a good one.
Good question.
Here's Bill Clinton's reaction to Lamar Odom. Lucky SOB.
Kardashian jinx, which I referenced, opened up for Face Down at the Aragon back in the day, according to 630. Yeah, it was a good show. A good twin bill that night. Also from the Amish texter, I don't know. I think being found in a brothel unconscious is much less embarrassing than being seen with a Kardashian.
Too soon! Yes. Well, we will pray that he recovers. Okay? And this morning, Khloe, Chris, and Kim Kardashian are definitely at his bedside in his Las Vegas hospital. And I hear Caitlin's on her way. Anyway, thank you so much for joining us and for relishing in our Cubs Division Series win this morning with all the streamers and the Cubs banners. And we'll see you back here tomorrow morning. Thanks also to David Stripling, our technical director, and Cesar Perez, CP, the EP.
Shake and bake.
And thanks as always to Mike Scott, who will join now in the newsroom. Good morning, Mike.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. A suspect pleads not guilty in a 1985 Chicago area cold case. The governor plans to sell the Thompson Center, and a fugitive is caught near the Wisconsin-Illinois state line. Chicago sports, Bulls' Derrick Rose likely now to miss the entire preseason, and we have sunny skies ahead. A complete look at weather after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
I'm a progressive, but I'm a progressive who likes to get things done.
And Hillary Clinton's aides to privately tell Fox the debate was the best moment of her campaign.
I think that Senator Sanders has also established himself as a very